emphasis on thingness causes us to be blind to the no-thingness, yeah, the spatialness of it, the context. And we're really, in a way, when I say we and I and you, it's the disadvantage of this language. You can't seem to get out of being the noun, but it's like we're suffering from claustrophobia, basically, if you look at it. We're just, especially the more centered on self, like there's not, what's orbiting around you has absolutely no space between the planet Paul and the orbiting, yeah? It's so there, everything, thing upon thing upon thing, yes? And then when you are in relationship to a thing, you use things to know it, thoughts and this and that, yeah? And so you just like this claustrophobic thing that you want to get out of. But if you attempt to get out of it as a self, that's also part of the orbiting. Like I had a guy sent me a really nice email from Sweden, and he was talking about how he sees the pointlessness of all the endeavors of trying to make yourself better, yes? But then you have to point out that, yes, that's a wonderful observation, but it's no one had it, and it's not about you. What you're observing is not you, yeah? And the flavor and the meaning that's given to what's been observed is the you, yeah? Wow, it's profound what I've seen, but all the seeing in that is looking. You never get to a point of authentic seeing when you're already in the structure of selfing. Yeah? All of them, every time, it may be a different brand of looking, and you may say, oh, I finally saw, but it's seeing, it's looking. Yeah? It gets immediately stamped with you as the one who had the observation, yeah? And then that's a form of looking called self-centeredness. So there's no point in trying to get out of it. Yeah? The system can't leave itself, yeah? The system can't leave itself. So if there's a feeling that I really want to get out of what I'm feeling, that's actually the illness. Because all ways of getting out are a form of being in it. And there's no place where you're outside the circle. There's no place where you appear even on the rim and look down and then see and then make a giant statement about the content from the context. The rim is always moving. Yeah? As soon as there's a sense of you and the act of claiming, you're in the content. Yeah? Seemingly in the content, because there is no context or content. There's only context. Yeah? But there's an appearance of the content. And how it appears is when there's you, yeah, trying to get out of it or trying to think about it or whatever. That's the content. The content is wherever you are. It doesn't matter how clear you think you are, that's content. It doesn't matter how freaking insane you think you are, that's also content. Yeah? Because the you is what makes context content. Yeah? It doesn't make it, it appears to be content. It can't make context into content. That's why the dilemma is trying to get out of it, because it's not something you can possibly be in. You cannot be in the situation you think you are in. You can't. That's how you get out of it. You realize there's never been a Paul that's been in anything, and there's never been a Paul that got out of anything. That's what I would say people call getting out of self. That's what getting out of self is a realization you were never in self. There has never been a self to be in or out. Yeah? Soon as the self, it's like that. You're here. This is a product of a lot of structuring of mind to take this to be real. It's on a level of consequences. It's like bumper cars. You as a thing are running into other things, yeah? And then there's all this narration about it, yes? Da-da-da-da-da-da. But this isn't the end-all and be-all. This is like one stream of mind manifesting in a formula called self-centeredness. So you and I become the center, this thing, and from this center, a mind narrates the story of being the center. That's content. Yeah? All the while, the context is always available at all times. So this claustrophobicness of things, mind, thinking, all this, yes, all about you, like people calling me up and self, and it's so much selfing, it's unbelievable. The whole talk about wanting to get out of self is one of the highest forms of selfing. It's like 98% pure selfing. You know what I mean? If you're smoking that shit, you're really fucked up. It's like really intoxicating. The taking yourself to be so important that it's like a noble struggle to get out of yourself. Drenched with meaning, tons of meaning, dripping off of everything. Everything becomes really important. When I was younger, I remember when I was 11 years old, I was walking through the hall at school, and a girl said hello to me. And I went home and wondered what she meant by it for 5 hours. I swear to God, it was the most profound event. I mean, there could have been an apocalypse the next day. It didn't matter. Everything got sucked right into this little point. What does it mean to me? And then the orbiting and the claustrophobicness of it all. You have me. And it produces an incredible agitation in mind, yeah? It appears in the body as an irritability, restlessness, a discontent, yes? Which, what is that? But it is fuel for seeking, yeah? When there's a recognition, hey, this ain't enough, what's the mind going to do? It's going to judge this, which it says is not enough, and then move on to what? The next thing. What's the next thing? Whatever it brings up. You see it in time, yeah? I've seen people who go hikes on with me, and they're like 2 steps ahead of themselves. You see the body, but their mind is way down the path, thinking about next week and everything. And it's sort of like if you ever saw, there's a picture and there's another picture, and they're not placed at the, yeah? You see the one, it looks like they're hiking at the waterfall, but the phantom is like 3 steps ahead. And it's very difficult to bring it into focus, yeah? Because what's happening, you're trying to focus the body back where you think you should be, where you think you want to be, instead of recognizing where it seems to be, yeah? It's always like a pulling of the anchor to fit where the boat is. Yet the anchor keeps the boat in place, yeah? So this is more about, if I recognize or just start entertaining that I'm not that, that prior fixed reference of being a body. I'm not saying what you are, you care less what you are. Yeah? But I know maybe this possibly, you may not be what your mind takes yourself to be, the conditional mind. If I'm not that, what happens is my relationship to things, with this thing, and with all the other things around this thing, a little space appears, yeah? There's a little, like the solar system, instead of being like contracted into that point, like they said, and then the Big Bang, well, our minds are just doing the opposite. We're trying to contract again. The whole universe becomes about me. That's very claustrophobic, yeah? When that is seen, hey, I'm not that center, what happens is space starts to appear or have an influence in your life. You travel lighter, yeah? So the thoughts that were like right, like ripping, like 80 grit sandpaper going all day around your little head, just ripping your energy up, yeah? So like an electric sander. Yeah, it gets moved, yeah? Some space, and then the space, because it's not so filled with things, yeah? Its influence is noted, yeah? The influence of emptiness is probably the greatest influence of all. Yeah? The influence of nothingness is the greatest influence of all. But it's hard to get to that when everything's full of things, yeah? And you can see it. Very simple example. Let's say someone's worried about next week because they think they're going to get fired. Yeah? So of course there's the you that's worried about being fired and then the situation, and there may be evidence that it could happen, yes? So now, if you would ask that person, and they're basically in anxiety as a body and as a brain now, or mind-body as you like to say. The mind-body is contracted, yes? Contracted with the anticipation of something adversely happening to it, yeah? Which would have a meaning, yeah? All right, so what is that meaning? Are you really worried about getting fired? If you ask yourself, well, what does it mean to you to be fired? Yeah? And then the mind will come up with another meaning. Well, if I get fired, I could be destitute in a few weeks. All right, well, what does it mean to be destitute? Well, it means I won't have any money, I won't be able to get anything I want, and no one will like me and respect me. I'll never meet a girl if I'm destitute. Come over to my cardboard box. Probably won't work, yeah? All right. Okay, so what is the meaning of that? That you may not meet a woman and this and that and that and this, if you may not win a woman. Then you see the mind's meaning of that, yeah? And if you keep bringing it down to asking it, well, what does that mean to you? What does that mean to you? What does that mean to you? After a time, you'll get to a point where it doesn't have any meaning. Yeah? So, and what gets revealed at that moment is the space, yeah? You bring it to all its meanings, that's provoking and all this anxiety and fear, and then when the meanings are seen, that they're not the one you thought it was, not the one you think it was, not the one you think it was, and then it maybe stops, what gets sensed is the space that all those meanings were appearing in. So the meanings, they may take up space, but they don't erase space. Yeah? The space is always available at all times. The context is always available at all times, no matter how much our mind is concentrated on the content it's making up. Yeah? The quality of context is always available. That's the good news. Because if it was about getting over content and then finding a map to go get to context, forget about it. That's why most people are approaching it like, okay, I'm in the content of my life and I'm sick and tired of it, it's empty, and it's actually not empty, it's full of fucking meaning. One of the biggest meanings is that it's empty. Yeah? It's not empty at all. If it was empty, there'd be freedom. But because it has tons of meaning, it's empty. I don't have a girl, I don't have this, I don't have that, blah, 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 blah. And there's a belief in it. Yeah? So the attention and interest, its ability to see nothing now gets determined by a pair of glasses, called self-centeredness, to look at things. So all the while it's looking right into the seeing nothing, the context, but it can't see it because it's looking. And the way it's trained on a perceptual level is to see things. Yeah, see thoughts. You don't usually see the space between the thoughts, do you? It's usually the mind attends, though there is awareness there when there are no thoughts, yes? But most people, the mind moves right to the next thought, yeah? It's trained to look at things. It's not trained to recognize seeing. Seeing is seeing nothing, yeah? Even while you're looking at a thing, that's seeing nothing, obviously. If you look at the Buddhism, emptiness is form and form is emptiness. So everything that appears, every phenomena, which would be content, yeah? Form is inherently empty, which is context. So while I'm looking at you, there's seeing nothing. But the seeing nothing isn't an event or an experience. It's a state. I would say it's past the state, but let's use that word. It's a state. It's not an experience. Looking is an experience. See? I'm looking at Craig, that's the experience. Now I'm looking at Z. Two different experiences. So I can keep, by the attention to the experience, I believe looking is an act I'm doing. But in fact, all there is seeing. Yeah? The seeing never stops. Even when the looking changes from one thing to another, the seeing is always same. Yeah? Same. Yeah? Always the same. It is. Yeah? So there's constantly seeing nothing, and that's why we don't notice it. Because our mind's trained to see things, which is a form of looking, and then breaking this incredible context into an experiential linear story. So I'm looking at this, I'm not looking at that. And it sort of seems like you have a choice what you look at. Yeah? But there's no choice in the seeing. The seeing is always there. Be it obvious or unobvious, whatever you want to call it, you can live a total life busily looking at things like thoughts and people and yourself in mirrors and like that. But every time what's looking is what is truly what we're looking for, and what we're looking for is the seeing. That's always there. Yeah? The looking is an interpretation by conditional mind of seeing. Yeah? So when I can see an object and not see an object, I could call that looking, and then it looks like I'm doing it, doesn't it? That's the way the mind's logic works. Well, it's not always happening, so it seems to happen when I look, so I'm the one who's looking. It makes incredible leaps to claim living, yeah? And now living becomes my life, yeah? And you know what happens, as soon as the mind is introduced, weight, the table of weight becomes real to us, yeah? The mind gives meaning now to the things. It doesn't see the inherent meaninglessness and all, which doesn't have any meaning either, like they say in S, you know? Everything is meaningless, and that's meaningless, you know? So you can't fuck with yourself. But as soon as it becomes things, there's like measurements and scales, and now there's meaning being given, yeah? And yes, total relative meaning, constantly. But the relative meaning with a weight in relativity as being absolute. This never's going to happen. It always happens, yes? It's constantly, you know when you're really fucked is when it starts using the word never and always. Yeah? I've been always depressed. No, you haven't. Oh, I'm always fucked up. Like, people do this all the time. I never do this, but you're doing it right now. Oh, I never do this, but you, what the hell? How can you say that? You're doing it. I never come here, but you're here. How did you get here then? Wait a minute, I never come here. Well, you surprised yourself. You came here. That's insane, isn't it? It's really we're so out to lunch. I mean, talking about we're worried about being taken. We've been taken on. We've been so taken. Keep my eye out. People out to get me. We're so far gone from there. We've been taken by the mental process. False evidence is constantly appearing real to us. We forsake our own light and we look for artificial light. Please help me see. You know you're going to hate anyone who helps you see. Because you don't really want to see. You know what I mean? Someone says, oh, I can help you. Please stay away from that. Okay, no one can help you see. It's a recognition of a constantly stated fact. At all times, all there is that awareness. How can anyone help you see that? Yeah? You see. Yeah, not you. The seeing. Yeah. Everyone can invite and give a little information. For me, I like to give information of what I'm not and how it appears, because I don't believe any information about what we are does any good, because what will be entertaining it is what we're not. You know, I mean, really, I swear to God, I don't want to hear another thing about the infinite ocean of bliss, because it's always me. I want to get some of that seaside property. I want to get to that ocean of bliss. You know, that the stubbornness of being a wave immediately puts you in the relationship as other with the ocean. All you got to do is look at, am I a wave? If I'm not a wave, guess what? The oceanness may become obvious. I like the back doorway. It works a lot better. So let's say here that the claustrophobia starts moving, and then the space reveals itself, yeah, as empty. Yeah. And then what happens? There's you live large in a way, yeah, not defined by circumstances and situations as so much, but what you inherently are starts influencing how you travel through circumstances and situations. Yeah? So things that used to really flip you out may not flip you out. And you'll start seeing the effects. Yeah? You'll start seeing the effects of it. And then these glasses, which we believe is me looking, you know, which is just a form of glasses. And obviously it is an incredible statement. It is like a bifocal. It's a dualistic, it's a split mind. Yeah? So the mind, if the eye be single, the body's full of light. But with these glasses of conditional mind, it splits, yeah? Everything is now yes and no, close and far. It seems to split, yes. Nothing is actually happening, but it appears to be happening, yes? So in this point, is I recognize, hey, I may not possibly be that, and then once you entertain, I'm not that, the next thing your mind can entertain is to be free of it, yeah? It can be like a free-range mind, so to speak. It becomes unsaddled by this modality, even though the modality is the same manifesting modality here, but there's a lot of traveling later. Yes, a lot traveling later. The body is still in the same format, yes, but the traveling in the format changes dramatically. So the emphasis shifts from thingness, this thingness and that thingness, and then the forgetting of the space, to the space being acknowledged a lot more, and let's say the thingness moves to the background, and then the space moves to the foreground.
What is the space?
Well, I'm just talking about that open absence of inherent thingness. Yeah. So like here, if you're sitting here, like in Buddhism, Tibetan Buddhism, they would say looking at the sky. Yeah. Open sky mind, something like that. The quality of the sky, if you see things are appearing in it, but those things don't affect sky. Yeah? Like the clouds. The clouds appear in them, but they're not affecting the sky, are they? If we had some 4th of July explosions, would the sky rip open? A plane could fly through it. They're never calling the terminal saying that we ran into a big chunk of sky up here. Yeah? It's just a name we give to space, let's say. I would say that's what mind is like. Yeah? So what's ever happening in mind, what's ever appearing in mind, has no effect on mind. Yes? No consequences, no effect. It's like here, this thing hitting that thing, it'll hurt this thing. Yeah? If I move this chair, well, I'll use this example. I like this thing. Here's a chair. Let's say this chair's been here a long time, and maybe a lot of people gave great talks from this chair. Yeah? Who knows? And oh yes, you walk in the room and that chair is, oh yes, there's the chair. You don't even say it anymore, it just be taken. What happens if I move the chair out of sight? What happens? Did I have to move space in to take up the space it was taking up? Do I have like a little closet of, I'll bring that chair space here quickly? All right. No? Was there like a big gap? No. Yeah? And if you looked at what was the realm of influence the chair had holding on to other things? Maybe you made a mark on the floor, yeah? And maybe you could hit the wall and see a mark on it. But in the space, it has no influence whatsoever. There's no history of the chair in the space, yeah? So let's see what's the difference between me and the chair. If I walked out of here now, the only way you can remember me is by memory. You have an idea of me. But there would be no evidence of me. And in a sense, if let's say I went to my hometown and went to where I did the most heinous act, there would be no evidence of that happening in that space. Yeah? So the space is absolutely not influenced by what appears in it. This is influence. It only has influence on other things. It doesn't have influence on space. So let's say that's the mind in a way. Mind is like space-like, yeah? But there's a groove of mind called, it's a mental process producing self-centeredness, which the mind takes itself to be a thing. So now it illuminates and gives meaning to things running into things. Yeah? But in effect, it can only be an appearance because this cannot influence or affect space. Yeah? As you can't grab it, can you? I can't fuck that space. I hate this space. I'm not coming back to this space. No. Yeah? If you took this building away, you wouldn't have to add space. It's just in other words, everything here is just appearing in space, isn't it? Wouldn't that be the situation that's happening with us? We're an appearance in space. We have tons of influence on other appearances, seemingly, but we have no influence in the space that we're appearing in. So how real are we? If you have absolutely no influence on something that's here, then how real are you? Not too much. You know what I mean? Usually real things would have an effect. Yeah? So that's the idea of mind. If it can come out of the ass of selfing, pop out, and start entertaining, hey, I may not be that, and just let's see what happens. Yeah? See what happens as you travel. It's like, it's really based on the mind's view of Zen called I don't know. If that suspension of I'm this, which is just a representative of tons of old ideas, yeah? So when Paul gets conjured up by the word or by the act of my, when I go, this is my girlfriend, yes? Have you noticed, if you you're seeing a woman or a guy, it's usually really a lot of fun until one day they become your girlfriend or my girlfriend. As soon as my enters, then I'm up on stalking charges a few months later. I mean, I'm looking at her email, I'm breaking into her house. The whole thing changes as soon as the my gets entered. Yeah, this is like how what this represents gives meaning to things here, and by claiming. Yeah, by claiming my body, my thoughts, my this. I cannot believe that there can be a belief that these are your thoughts. You can't even take a shit when you want to, but you're actually believing you're doing this incredibly subtle activity called thinking? Come on. I mean, seriously. I'm going to stop thinking you can't even stop taking a shit. But you have to. You have to run. But I'm going to stop this very, very subtle process because I am the doer of it. Give me a break. This is the claustrophobicness of selfing, yeah? It claims everything, which sucks everything into a little orbit, yeah? And then it gives tons of meaning to all that's been sucked into this orbit, and yet all there is space. That's not being affected one bit by all this mental activity. So at the same time, the story of Paul is being produced and directed and started, there is a space that's available to the mind when it's in this appearance to realize it's not what's appearing. Yeah? So its influence or effect, because it's timeless, doesn't take any time. Yeah? The mind just opens up and bam-o. It doesn't open up in a process, it opens up. Now, when it translates here, it may look like a process to allow it to keep, quote-unquote, opening up, but the fact the opening up has nothing to do with time, or nothing to do with activity. It's just a state of mind that's been accessed. Because what happened? You and I became available to it. We entertained it. But see, the thing is, people try to become available to it, but as a self. Yeah? They want to, they're doing things to become available to that, but as a self, you're not available. Because you can be available and not available. That's not availability. Availability is recognizing something's always so. There's no break that it isn't so, then is so, then isn't so. It's like in programs I'm involved in, people talk about surrender. And the big thing they have with surrender is they always seem to take it back. So they surrender their life, then they take it back. Surrender, it's this huge like a pantomime of like an ocean tide, low tide, high tide, movement, move. But there's a recognition, if you've ever had the revelation of surrender, the mind can entertain it, and that's surrendered. Yes? Because the principle in every surrender is the whole enchilada. Yeah? Yeah. So if what was revealed to me in that surrender, if I don't entertain it as Paul, which will make it an experience that I do or don't do, which is surrender, like I'm the one that's doing it, if I'm not the Paul, then my mind can get surrendered, where something becomes a done deal. Now it doesn't have to be reviewed anymore, doesn't have to go back to, doesn't lose its shine over time, yeah? Because it's timeless. It's not of here in a way. So it's not, its value is inherent, so it's the most reliable of all. Because its value isn't determined by what meaning you or I give it. It's already what it is. Yeah? So, in the I don't know state, what happens? You live a life of finding out. And if you know conditional mind, it has a huge premium in knowing. Even if it's fucking wrong a lot, it wants to be right about it, knows it. You know? Its whole knowing just neuters your experience here, doesn't it? You know something, like when you were a kid or a dog, you take a dog to the beach, if it's a Labrador, you throw that ball, you could be there all night, 12 hours, and it has as much fun, the first one, than the 80th one. You ever see them? They're just totally going crazy. Or a little kid, you scare, you go, whoo, and then you run, whoo, and you can do the exact same thing, but their experience is fresh every time, yeah? You're getting bored as hell. Fuck, what's this kid? Come on, you just keep smiling because it's not in time yet. Yeah, the dog isn't in time, so something can be fun, and it's fun. Here it was fun. In very quickly. Oh yeah, that was fun. Now I'm in my usual state of non-fun, and I'm seeking to have fun. Yeah? It's insane. What do you think that is? You think that's real? It's a structure of mind. Yeah? So if you find the cog or the center of that whole system, to me, it's the idea of being a self. Yeah? If that gets entertained and allowed to loosen, and space comes around that, then its appearance, its ability to make all false evidence seem to be so real to you loosens. It weakens. So what used to seem to bond you doesn't bond you anymore. Yeah? Because you realize the bonding agent isn't the glue. It's you that's the glue. You're believing it. You're giving it the meaning. That's what it glues. It has no ability to fool you. If it did, it would fool everyone. Yeah? If one person can see through something, it's see-throughable. If it had a quality to fool one, it would fool everyone. It doesn't have the quality. The one has the quality to be fooled. When there's the idea of one, that has the quality to be fooled. There's a lot of agendas going on that your little narrator has no idea about. So you think, oh, I really don't want this to happen, but an aspect of mind wants that to happen. So it gets more like that quality. There's a sense of your ability or your availability to possibilities is now pronounced once again. Obviously not you, but the mind's ability, yeah, to be available. Because what's always so is available, obviously, or it wouldn't be what's always so. The dilemma is that we seemingly can entertain we're not available. And then when we start entertaining we want to be available, we entertain as a self, yeah? Which causes us not to be available. Because we want to be there when it gets good. We really have a drive to be the one who gets it. I want to be just like me and then wake up. And I want to be me after when I'm awake, so I can take advantage of being awake as me, yeah? If that stubbornness is there, then that what's available will always be put into time. It will always not be here and not be now, because it will have to be based on something you do to get there. Because you're playing God. Conditional mind, that's what it does here. It plays God. Yeah? It plays God with God. Who tells you you're getting close to God? Your head usually, yeah? Oh, I feel like I'm really getting there. And then you feel, then the next day it's really far away. I would say that's playing God up with God. If God's everywhere, how can you be away from it? Yeah. How come I'm not running up against Him all day? How can I live as if I'm oblivious to the context? Because my mind is really emphasizing the content. Yeah. Why does it do that? Because its ability to entertain is entertaining through a certain prism called selfing, which limits its ability to entertain, because now it entertains everything as a self. So salvation is something that may happen instead of being a state, yeah? And it just, everything gets translated into time. Unbelievable. You know, so you go to retreat, you think the longer you're there, the more you're going to get the message. The message is a message. Do you ever get 30-page messages? No. Come over here. The package is there. Pick it up. Use it. Invitation. You know. All right. I'm on page 33 of the invitation. Fuck. It's getting to be really burdensome, this invitation. It's really freaking heavy. I thought an invitation was, hey, look up. All right. Yeah. Invitations and messages, they're not... I like repetition, but I don't like to spend a lot of time on this in one day. To me, seems ridiculous. I'd much rather have, go have some yoga or something, do something. Because the more you pour over this, the more the selfing gets engaged. Yeah, your mind gives it a noble meaning, which separates it from what's always so. Now it's a thing in your little universe, Advaita or whatever. So, hey, any questions today? We'll wait for Greg. You had to go to the bathroom. See, he just heard this and now he's shitting it out. That's the way to go. It's like a laxative. It has no. It's not meant to stay with you. It's just. It's like a catalyst to me. You ever have it when your car breaks down and you can't start it, so you get some gas and you put it a little couple of drops in the carburetor, yeah, and then the car catches and then starts up. You don't keep pouring the gas in, or you'll flood it again. Yeah. This is what a message to me or an invitation is. Mind is mind. There's no need, it doesn't need anything to be added to it or anything. All it has to do is be invited, maybe, that, hey, you may not be that which you take yourself to be. What? Yeah, you may not. It's not a draft or a conscription, just an invitation. You may not be that. And if the mind starts entertaining it, you really can be free. You can only be free, in a sense, if you think you're involved with something by recognizing you're not it. If you're taking yourself to be that, the only way you can entertain being free is as that. And that's not freedom. Yeah? The freedom is from it, in a sense.
It feels like circumstances, so-called circumstances.
Like the mind likes to, if you're looking at something, if you see a movement, the mind tends to go there, yeah? But when it has difficulty recognizing what doesn't move, if it doesn't see any movement, it doesn't think it's there, really, yeah? So here there's this space that, it's sort of like, I use the example of gravity. Now, most people aren't sitting around talking about gravity today. You're not. If you go to the cafe, no one's saying, gravity is really heavy on my shoulder today. How about you? You're looking like you're traveling better with the gravity. No, but gravity to this body has a constant influence on it. And you don't know it until, let's say, you go to an anti-gravity place. And by its absence, you know it, yes? By its absence, you get an idea. This is the same thing with selfing and everything. When something gets broken, or the emphasis moves away from it, then you really know it by its absence. Yeah, you know selfing by its absence. You recognize it. It's like the solution informs you of the problem. Yeah. Why? When you have the solution, then it's sort of like someone when you were born, someone put a hand on your shoulder, and it's been there your whole life. You wouldn't know it was there. You'd have certain tailored jackets with a big opening for a bump and everything, and you just take it to be how it is. Yet, if it was removed, you would know it by its absence. You'd feel the weight of it. It's the same thing in a sense when selfing is seen as not you, yeah? Yeah? When it's seen, you know it is not you by its absence. It's very difficult to know it's not you when it's present. Yeah? That's sort of, you're still in the content in a way. Yeah?
It seems like you can interchange that.
That's right, because it's never been present. That's why. See, its inherent nature is that it's absent of being anything. Selfing. It's not real. Yeah? So that's what you see. It gets distilled into that, I'm not that, and then it's in seeing what you're not, that's what I am, is the seeing of what I'm not. That's how it gets, that's how it translates here. I am the seeing of what I'm not. Yeah? Before, I was looking seemingly from what I thought I was, and I had all like these ideas about what I was, but really what I am is the seeing of what I'm not. The awareness of what I'm not is actually what I am. Yeah. Does that make any sense? Yeah.
Well, isn't there sort of a sense of almost like pleasure and joy in absence of a strong self?
Yeah.
It's almost like everything becomes more vivid, more just radiant. You know, the colors, the things, the people, the objects.
Yeah.
Whereas when you know that central reference point to self is involved, everything is seen through that prism.
That's right.
And there is a dulling effect.
That's
It's
right.
almost like you know, color is gone, and you know, whatever dimensions. It's just a dulling effect.
That's right.
And it's that what's in it for me thing that everything is seen through. You know, I see beautiful sun. Okay, well, I saw better sunsets, whatever. You know, when I go, yeah, I don't know. There's always that kind of a memory.
Yes.
And when that's slightly, I mean, maybe not present so strongly, I mean, the things really become vibrant. It's just there is.
Yeah. Usually, like after the talks, when I go eat, the food's really good. No matter where I go, it tastes great. But know what it is? Like the selfing is sort of like, in a way, it's like saran wrap, right? It's clear, yeah. But when it keeps going, enough layers produce a dullness, yeah. Each layer is clear, but if you put a layer upon a layer upon a layer, you could still say they're seeing, but it's getting really distorted by seeing through the wrap, yeah? So by the time it sort of gets out, it's looking, and that's a dullness happens. And what happens when there's a dullness or anything, it just stokes up the engine of seeking. And so therefore, the mind is constantly running from right here to a mythical there, yeah? It's always looking for a here that's not here, a mythical here called there. And you notice when you arrive at your mythical theirs, it's here. And then another mythical there is made up. Yeah, it can be from 1 second or from, a goal that you work for. It's always that way. Mind is, in a sense, in denial of here. Yeah, and it's living in a mental here, which has there and then. Yeah? And the there and then of this here, I don't want to be in. I want to get out. I want relief. Yeah, I call it here, but it isn't here. It's just the mental here. Yeah, the manifest here is going on. But this mental here my mind believes this is what's happening. So I want to get out of here. That's what all addiction was for me, really. I wanted to escape from this mental here. Unfortunately, I was calling it here. And while I was trying to escape from this mental here, I was getting imprisoned in the manifest here. I was going to programs and jails and everything. And when I finally realized, hey, there's a difference between the mental here and the manifest here wasn't out to get me. It was the mental here that was out to get me. So that's what happens in a way. So for me, there was total incredible need to be liberated from here. Now I have no desire to get liberated from here. They're called the same thing, but they're totally different. Yeah. So most people, if you watch people, they're not responding to now. They're reacting to what's not happening. Yeah? The mind is worried about next week or going over something or an hour before. Or what are my chances tonight or whatever. It's just ruminating over tons of information. But it's not actually the dominant thing that's happening. Yeah? It's just one aspect. But when your interest and attention is into it, it overrides everything else. So you're not even responding to what's happening anymore. You're reacting basically all day to what's not happening. It's a form of slavery if you watch it. It really is. It's incredible. Because in what's not happening, there's an incessant need to get relief, and you can't get relief from what's not happening. Because it's not happening. Yeah? Every time you try to get relief from what's not happening, it causes it to seem to be real. So the only solution is, hey, it's not happening. When there's a very strong hit that it's not happening, you're immediately relieved of it. Because it's seeing an imaginary problem as an imaginary problem. And you're immediately right where you never left. But your attention is here now. Where before, your attention wasn't here where you've never left. It was up here where you can possibly leave. There's better. It's like playing God up in this little mental realm. But here, no matter what happens in your life, in any place, you'll always be on the surveillance tape. You're not gone. You know what I mean? As a body, your body is right where it seems to be. Up here, it doesn't like that. It's no. I want to think about where I could be or where I was, blah blah blah. But it doesn't. It's a small God because it doesn't manifest any of that to anyone else. It's only in your own little private Idaho that you're doing all this shit. You can't make. I've been really thinking about this. But this never appears to be a this to anyone else. Yeah? It doesn't. It doesn't manifest anything here. It's just yapping. And so you're in your own little porno theater up there. And the solution is, it is not happening. That's the only solution that holds water. The only solution to an imaginary problem is seeing that it's not happening. That's the only way it works. Once you take it to be real, false evidence now becomes the reality. And you're going to want to get out of what you think you're in. No doubt about it, man. It's never going to measure up to what you think it should be. Never. And you're never going to measure up. You're going to be an urban renewal project till your moment of death. Constantly going over and over and over what I should have done, what I could have done. Why not? Hey, it happened. Bye-bye. You know? That's right. It can be bye-bye, but it's really hello. The bye-bye is of mind. Hello is just finding out. You're constantly in hello. It's like you're always opening the door. The meeting is never, someone's coming in. It's just, hello. That's like the state of finding out, yeah? You're alert and you're there. Yeah, it's sort of cool. Like the same thing with selfing. When I started sharing about an activity of mind, and I just called it selfing, yes? So people who've heard me for a while, they have an idea of what that means. Selfing isn't the activity of the mental process, thinking about you, yes? And interpreting life from the point of view of being a you, yeah? It's the product of the selfing is the feeling of being a you. That's the product. The selfing, the activity of the mental process is selfing. But the product of that activity, yes, is the feeling of being the you that's selfing, or the you that's being driven by the selfing. Yeah? If there's a you that's being driven by the selfing, then immediately there's a movement of mind to be the you that's not driven crazy by the selfing. The freedom from that isn't not being driven by crazy by the selfing. It's not being the one who's either driven crazy by the selfing or is freed from the selfing. To be neither of them, yes, is actually the freedom. Yeah? So a lot of people think just when their mind is thinking about them in time as an object, that's what selfing is. The selfing isn't that. That's the mental process. Yeah? It's the activity of selfing. But the product that it can lead to is the feeling, the strong sense of being the you that is the thinker of it. Yes? The one who is the one who's feeling. It's more of a claiming. It's an activity of claiming. So the activity goes on and on and on and on in time. Selfing. But when it's the feeling of you being the one that's doing it or being done to by it, that's the claiming. Yes? The claiming is really the result. So instead of seeing thoughts as thoughts, they're held as you
as the thinker of them, or you as the object of them. Yes? That's the product of the selfing. It's not about not thinking, because you never thought, really. So there's no way you're going to stop thinking. There's just the mental process is doing what it does, which is thinking. The conditional mind is thinking, yes? Because that's how it conjures you up. It thinks about you. If there wasn't any thought about you, there would be no sense of being a you. But the thoughts about you, when looked at or seen from a point of view of being identified, yes, as a fixed object, then you're thrust into the relationship, I'm the thinker of these thoughts, or they're about me. That's the real bonding agent. Yeah? Not the thoughts. The thoughts are the application, but the bonding itself isn't the thought. It's what the thoughts produce, is the feeling of being the thinker of them, yes? Or the one that they're about. That's the bondage. So it's important to see, because people are hoping the selfing will stop. That doesn't necessarily have to happen. It's when it infers that there's a self, that's what stops, yeah? That inference, that implication, that leap from seeing thoughts to being the thinker of them stops, yeah? The thoughts are still seen, but they're not seen from a form of looking called self-centeredness, as I'm the thinker of them or they're about me. That's the only difference. The thoughts are still seen because there's consciousness, yeah? There's an awareness. So the thoughts appear in like a field of awareness, and you are in the know, so to speak, yes? Because you are aware, yeah? I don't like to use the word you, but there's an awareness, so what arises is noted, yeah? So that noted is a thought, but there's an underlying thought that's not noted, which is more like an old idea or a belief, which is I'm the thinker of these. These are my thoughts. The my thought is what is the bonding agent in all the thoughts being seen, because they're seen as mine. Yeah? And my represents a lot of old ideas and conditioning. It's like a potential pool of old ideas and conditioning and beliefs that gets activated and has an effect here by the bridge of my. So a thought's a thought until it's my thought. Then that thought now carries a lot of meaning that's been shot into it by the idea of they're about me, or I'm the one who's thinking them. Yeah? That's the subjective experience. The thoughts are basically the same in everyone's head that are happening, if they have English as a language, another language, French, whatever. Yeah? The thoughts are sounding like the same thought. Like if you have a thought of a dog, it's pretty much about a four-legged animal, that likes to smell assholes and shit and everything like that. We're sort of in the same ballpark. But the my changes everything. Now, my dog, or your dog, yes, a lot of meaning gets put into that thought of a dog, yes? That's the subjective bonding. It's not the thought, it's the my of it. It's when the thought is claimed by the conditional mind, the conditional mind now gives it meaning, which produces a subjective experience here. Yeah. So you can be suffering and no one can figure out why, because it looks like everything seems great on the outside. Yeah? But they don't know the meaning your mind is giving to life and giving to you and giving to things. They don't have a clue, because they're busily under the tyranny of their own mind doing the same thing. Yes? And yet most of us have a very strong sense of being terminally unique. Yet it's not unique at all. The same thoughts are being produced. The uniqueness, if you ever want to think of it, is the mind claiming it to be. These are about me, and that me is a giant representative of tons of old ideas. Just like if you have money. You have money. And let's say, to make it in San Francisco, if you had $1 million, you could probably make it pretty well, for a year, let's just say, yes? So you have $1 million, and you would think, if everything was objective, that $1 million as an objective amount of value would produce an ease and comfort in you, if you seemingly had it, You would go, wow, this year, pretty much, much. All my rent's paid already, and, insurance. Yeah, I can sort of kick back and buy whatever I want pretty much. Yeah? But when the thought of money arises, it's held as my money. Now that my may come from a system that has a belief that you ain't never going to have enough. So every time you think about your $1 million, it doesn't produce a sense of ease and comfort. It produces anxiety because you don't think that's enough. And if you had 5 million, it still wouldn't be enough, or 10 million, because it's not an objective reality. It's not like, all right, I have enough money and now everything's full. It doesn't matter how much or how little you have. It's the meaning your mind gives it. Yeah? That's what you're responding to. It's not a response, it's a reaction, really. Yeah? So the my, and you have no idea the vast amount of information floating around in, like, you think of like the internet, yes? You don't see it, do you? But you get on your computer and you access tons of information, yeah? And it seems to download to wherever you are with your Mac or everything like that. But where does it come from? Is there a factory where all that information is stored? Do we have a certain, country that we use only for storage of information? No. It's in like a netherworld, so to speak, yes? But when we have this ability called the internet, we can access basically anywhere we are, all this giant storehouse of information. Well, what do you think mind is sort of like, yes? And how there's an access to that information is by the mind, yeah? So the mind connects to a certain library of meaning, now that downloads into your daily life by that constant claiming with the conveyor or the vehicle that carries the meaning, yeah, which is a thought, gets injected with lots of meaning, and then when you see the thought, it opens up and you believe the thought just brought you that meaning. But the meaning is more of a projection, not a perception. You're not perceiving that meaning. The meaning's been projected, and now you perceive it. But you forget the projection part, and now you're thinking things are driving you crazy. All this stuff happens just constantly, all day. All day. Now, I found a huge shift occurred when the thoughts that were happening weren't held as mine. Yeah? At first, it was just an experiment. By going to recovery meetings, I listened to a lot of people share. And usually they shared about their thoughts and their feelings and things that happened in their day or their life, yeah? Their reactions to situations like that. And I was sitting there for months, and every day, some days I went to a couple meetings a day. And I heard a lot of people share, and after a while, I came to two conclusions. Either they have my thoughts and my feelings and my reactions to life, or they're not mine. Yeah? Because there's too many people that have them. I mean, people from all different walks of life who've never met me, that didn't grow up in New York, they had none of the conditioning or the environmental conditioning I had, and yet they have the same thoughts about life and the same meaning, yeah? The same meaning that's been injected in those thoughts has been injected into the thoughts that I was having. So when I was thinking about a day, I flipped out and got incredibly anxious, just like when they were thinking about the day. Yeah? So it wasn't the day and the thoughts about the day. That the same aspect of mind was injecting the meaning, called alcoholism. Yes? A giant, deep mental groove of mind called alcoholism was downloading a lot of meaning into my life through the vehicle of thoughts and feelings and interpreting those things. And you do the same thing. Not, there isn't a you, but the mind there is connected to the same filing system in a way, the same library, the same database. And so your data and my data seem very, very similar, even though our lives were different. We had the same sort of contraction and seeking and wanting to get loaded and get out of here. And so it hit me, hey, these can't be mine because you have them. If they were mine, you wouldn't have them. Yeah? How could you have my thoughts? Well, they mustn't be mine. So the first leap was, hey, they're alcoholic thoughts. And I started to get a sense of what alcoholism is like to me, which it's more like a parasite, or it's a strong mental groove that dominates all the other grooves. Yeah? And If you're living under that dominance, I sit there and I identify with you. And I do not identify with who you are, but I identify with what's taken you over, because the same sort of mental helmet has taken over me. Yeah? Big, incredible shift. Because as soon as I saw a thought as a thought, not mine, there was a lot of more space. Yeah? Yes? There was the total belief in the thought was suspended, and I could see most of it as being false evidence, which can only appear real if I believe it. If I act out as if it's so, then it seems to be so here. Yeah? So it says false evidence appearing real. False evidence obviously can't be real. It can only appear real. But it needs you to appear real too. Because it can't appear real. Yeah? So your what's not happening can't be forced on everyone else. Yeah? If I'm worried about next Friday and it totally consumes me, next Friday and how I'm picturing it does not manifest for everyone here, and now it overrides Monday and it's everyone's Friday. No, you're in your own little private Idaho. Yes, it's all happening up in this porno theater. So, but in a sense, it is false evidence because it cannot be real. It only appears real. Yeah. Like in the book, it says we are 100 people, men and women, who have recovered from a seemingly hopeless state of mind and body. If it was a hopeless state of mind and body, no one would have recovered. Obviously, because the word hopeless means there's no hope. I mean, there's no chance of it ever changing. Hopeless state of mind and body. But it seemingly was a hopeless state of mind and body. Seemingly. And the word seemingly means it appears true or false to you. Yeah. So me and you have a huge role here. Not the way we think responsibility is, but we are, in a sense, responsible because we're allowing things that aren't so to appear to be so. Yeah? All day. and if you take something that's false evidence, sort of like, that lady is setting me up to fuck with me, and then you respond or react now to that, the lady probably had no idea that you were even thinking that, yes? And yet now it has an effect here. So what is not happening can actually have an effect here through us. Yeah? By us believing something, it can seem to be so here. Yeah? It can't be so, but it can seem to be so. And if it seems to be so enough, you're pretty much lost, in a way. Yeah? You're up the ass of self so far, there's no daylight up there. Or like they say, there's no sunlight of the spirit. It's all artificial light. Your hypersensitivity about you, you're super conscious about all the thoughts about you, you're super conscious about the thoughts you think other people are thinking about you, which are your thoughts again, because you don't know what they're thinking of you, but you sure believe you know what they're thinking of you. So all these forms of self-consciousness, as they're hyper-conscious, you're hyper-aware of those thoughts, but they're not producing any illumination. They're actually, by you being hyper-aware of those thoughts, it produces almost a darkness in a way. You're pretty much unconscious, even though you're very aware of the thoughts. I know some people, their thoughts take all their attention. They're basically never here during the day. They're all up here. So they're really hyper-aware of the thoughts, but they're totally out to lunch here. So it's not like you're unconscious. Consciousness is as bright as ever. But when consciousness is illuminating false evidence under ignorance, it appears real. Yeah? The awareness, it's like the movie isn't good, it's the audience that makes it good. Yeah? So why would someone be able to see through something called an illusion? Because it's not a thing, it's just an appearance. And others can't see through the illusion. Yeah? Because the illusion is what you make it, yes? You're the illusion maker. There's no thing called an illusion. Yeah? It's an activity of mind. It's under a deep trance, and it's not seeing things as they are. It's seeing things as they were and as they will be, which is all made up. Yeah? and let's say something from what's not happening is driving you crazy, where the hell are you going to apply the solution to a problem from what's not happening? You can't find it. It's not happening. Where are you going to put the bandage on? You may be mentally bleeding all day and suffering intensely, but there's no wound you can see. It's in what's not happening. How could the wanting to apply a solution to an imaginary problem is a very big problem. Yeah? Incredibly big problem. Because you can't find the problem because it's actually not happening. That's why solutions don't work here. They don't. Have you noticed? Have you noticed that if you want to build a house, it may take you months, but to destroy it takes you like 5 seconds? You can blow up a house in 5 seconds, yeah? Some people, if they take 17 years to build up a sobriety, one drink can erase it, basically. Like that. One night out. All that fragile, vulnerable state of sobriety, like that, you see. But when a solution appears, and it's not of time, one of the funniest feelings that happens a lot is, let's say you're really flipped out about something, and then the next day you're not. How real could it have been if it's not here today? Yeah? You know what I mean? I mean, if it had this huge effect, it would seem to be like a solid hugeness maybe. But it seems to be gone like that. That's why the solution is so beautiful. It doesn't take any time to erase the effects of an imaginary problem. Not at all. It doesn't take any time to erase the effects of an imaginary problem. It's just seeing it's imaginary. Yeah? That's the immediacy of it. Just like we were talking about the idea of non-duality. Non-duality isn't a thing that's better than the opposite of it called duality. It's just non-duality means not two. That's all it does. It means a negative. You can't find it. There's no way you can go, okay, I'm sick of this duality, I'm going to non-duality. There's no non-duality to go to. Yeah. Because all you're doing is seeing a form of blindness called self-centeredness and how it appears here, which is dualistically. You're noticing, let's say, the cataract in your one eye. Yeah? That creates a double vision. So you see yes and no, high, low, good, bad, connected, disconnected, close, far. Yes? With you as the pivotal point. You're the one who's close and you're the one who's far. So you realize, you see it in your relationships with what maybe you call God. Who informs you if you're close to God? Does God inform you or you? Usually you. You're the one who tells you, or some other you that you've made an authority. They tell you you're close to God. but in this condition, God is sort of, it's like you're in recovery, right? Yeah. No? You're not? Recovery? Oh, right. Well, it still can be thrown this way. There's a very important step in recovery called surrender your will and your life over to the care of a higher power, of your own understanding. So, AA in the beginning knew they had to sort of play to the audience, and the audience, its main dilemma was playing God. So you had to sort of let it play God with God. So it said, all right, you can have a God of your own understanding. All right, that God will really work for you. Maybe you'll get a parking space at the next meeting, or maybe you'll get a month-long relationship that doesn't explode or whatever. You'll get a date for the big AA dance, whatever. So you'll have a God of your own understanding. I don't see how that cannot be seen as playing God. You're going to play the role of God, and now you're going to know a God. Or let's say you're going to surrender to God, but that God is pretty weak, so you'll take it back over the weekend or when something's important to you. So you feel like you've surrendered your life, but totally conditional. I surrendered it until I want to take it back. When something really important comes up, I'll take it back. That's not what's available. That's playing God with God. Can you imagine if you could see that I want to surrender my will, my life over to a God of its own understanding? Yes? So I'm going to sort of humbly take the position of I don't know, but I do know that any life run on this self-will isn't successful. I have that evidence. I do know that self is what has defeated me. The total preoccupation of my mind with what I'm not has defeated me here. Because how do I know I'm defeated? Because I'm constantly seeking. So I mustn't have the sense of what I'm looking for yet. But I'm constantly, vigilantly seeking. Even if I'm at the retreat, I'm thinking about the next retreat I should go to. Or the teacher, the next teacher. Or the book I'm reading, the next book I'm going to read. On and on and on and on. Those are indications of something. That there's an inherent dissatisfaction, yes? So I'm going to know a God of its own understanding. How am I going to find out how it understands about me? First of all, quit playing God. Yeah. Okay, so what happens when I quit playing God? See, if I'm playing God, I can't let God be God. So here I go. So, okay, hey, that has failed me, playing God. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to say, I don't know. I just don't know. Like in Zen, it says the highest form of mind is I don't know. Yeah? So in that state of I don't know, what position do you get put in? Your mind takes a position of receiving. Yeah? It doesn't go towards God as if I know something. It opens up to, and this is just the name God, yeah, I'm just opening up. I open up to that with the posture of, hey, I don't know, which just opens me up to receive, yeah? And then, what happens is, I find out how God sees me, in a sense. Yeah? Instead of how I see God, which is a very limited point of view, I actually find out how, quote-unquote, that power sees me, let's say. And it's quite revelatory because that information has a lot more impact than knowing up here. Because knowing up here is two sides of the dualistic coin, knowing and unknowing, yeah? Just like if you spend any more time trying to convince this can never be convinced. It can be thoroughly convinced and 5 minutes later it's unconvinced. It just flip-flops. It can't stay. It never enters a state. It's always an experience of this or that. Yes or no. Close or far. High or low. Peace and rage. Love and hate. Yes? It never enters states. It only enters like a seesaw of experience. But the mind itself, its nature, is more like a state. Yes? So instead of surrendering and taking it back and then surrendering again, you can enter, not you, but the mind can enter a state of surrendered, yes? Surrendered, which stabilizes. And that stabilization shows from that inherent or seeming inherent irritability, restlessness, and discontent flips over to an ease and comfort. Yeah? And I'll tell you, the best solution to dissatisfaction is satisfaction. Once there's a sense of satisfaction, a lot of the seeking, a lot of the dogs that are let out all fucking day looking and looking and looking to get in more and more experiences and make sure someone don't get better experiences, they get called off, yes? Nothing to do with you. They just get called off because there's no, that quote-unquote seeming emptiness that drives all the looking and the seeking has now been seen not to be the emptiness of mind, but the portal for God in a way, yes? So now you're in a state of finding out. You're trucking around and there's thoughts, and there's an understanding that those thoughts are not yours, nor are they about you. Yeah? They are about a you, but that is not what you are. I would say you're the seeing of the thoughts, not the thoughts, yes? And not the haver of them and not the doer of them, just the seeing of them. Not the seer of them, the seeing of them. Not the seer of them, the seeing. The seeing of them is what I am. The seeing never has to turn into a seer. That's what conditional mind does. When it senses a verb, it makes it a noun. It says there must be someone who's seeing if there's seeing going on. Who says that? There's just seeing. Just awareness. Doing what? Its own nature. It's not being, it is aware. It's not doing awareness. It's not like something that's inherently different and then it can do awareness. No, it's awareness, if you want to call it that. And that's just a name. I would say it's more like no-thingness. I would like to stay on the negative thing. It's not thingness, let's say. And it's not nounness, it's verb. It's not a noun. There's no one that's doing it. So there's just seeing, and what's basically happening all day is seeing what you're not. Everything that appears cannot possibly be you. Yeah? It's an aspect of you. It's emptiness in form, and form is emptiness, but it's not you. Yeah? So like Huang Po said, a great Zen master said, whatever can be perceived cannot perceive. So if you're taking yourself to be the body and also the perceiver, you can't be both, in his point of view. Whatever can be perceived, and that body's being perceived by the eye that's sitting here, yeah? That body cannot perceive. So when that eye there is looking back at me, it's not the body that's looking back at me. It's the same eye that's looking at that body. It's the same eye that's looking at this body. And it's the same eye that's looking at this body. And it's the same eye that's looking at that body. Yeah? There's only, let's say, it's not one eye. There's only eye. Yeah? There's only that awareness that's looking at all these objects. Now, if you ask me who that awareness is, I would say it's me. But who is that me? That me is a body, yes? And that me, to Deb, is a you. And the me that her mind is identified with is a you to me. So really, every you is a you, and every me is a you. And there's only I, yeah? The I is what's seeing all the yous, and yet the mental process calls each you, what this is an identified you. Yeah? When I say it's me, it's an identified you. Yeah? It's the same seeing happening. You're seeing a body here, just like I see a body there, yes? Now, that body I call you. Yeah? This body I call me. Yet, from that point of view, this body's called you, and that body's called me. You see? Now, if we could see this as you and this is you, yes, then there would be an incredible shift in mind. But let's just start it with I, maybe. Yes? The same I, looking at all these yous, and each you thinks it's a me. Which is what? The mental process claiming the activity of the I. That's what it is. It's claiming the activity of awareness and saying it's an attribute the body's doing. Yeah? So, I, forget the no-thingness. The mind is going to crown a thing with the crown of the crown of I-ness. Yeah? I'm going to say I'm the one who's seeing, but that I is going to be a me. Yeah? So the I is seeing, but the mental process claims the I seeing, and now turns into me seeing you. Yeah? And then confusion starts, yes, doesn't it? Because now I'm taking myself to be a body, and when I'm taking myself to be a body, what's forgotten, I would say, is my truer nature, in a way, yes? Which is the I. Yet, the solution to this seeming dilemma is offered every second, because the only thing that's causing us to be alive is the I. I've seen dead bodies, and you could take that dead body's eye out and put it in a live body, it would see, but it ain't seeing in that dead body. So the eye is not seeing. Yeah? Awareness or consciousness is causing the act of vision to occur, not the eye. The body has very little to do with it. It's more like the camera. It is not the light. Yeah? It's just the camera. It's a functioning, it's a manifestation that allows consciousness to interface here. But it's not what's conscious. Yeah? Now we may see, hey, what the hell, what does that matter? What does it matter is when there's an identification as a body, your vision gets so distorted. It's like all your thoughts and everything being interpreted from you as the center. It's like getting wrapped in saran wrap, yeah? Saran wrap's clear, so maybe the first one I can see pretty good. But after 50 layers, it's almost looking like through a Coke bottle. Yeah? The vision is very, very distorted. And at that point, false evidence is appearing to you constantly. Yeah? You have no gauge. You have no barometer. You can't tell fucking left or right from up and down. You're totally ignorant. You're ignoring something. By your total obsession with this, you're ignoring what you are. And there's effects here in that, yes? When you ignore what you are, you take yourself to be this. And this has many, many, many limitations. Yeah? So I like this way of seeing what you're not. You don't need to see what you are. You can't see what you are. That's the seeing. That's what we are, is the seeing. So in this state, I'm seeing what I'm not. That's what I am, is seeing what I'm not. Yeah? When I'm seeing what I'm not, that's the activity of what I am. When I'm looking from what I'm not, that's blindness. Yeah? When I'm seeing what I'm not, that's what I am. Just the seeing of it. The seeing of it. Just like when I was introduced to this information, the mind started coming out of that yogic posture. The yoga of conditional mind only has one asana, only one position. Contraction, totally absorbed in itself. This is it, and it's been practicing this yoga, this false union for a long, long time. When it comes out of that one posture, you'll find out. You'll find out what happens. Yeah? You'll know that you're onto something because you'll see the fruits of it. You'll start traveling lighter here. Yeah? It's as simple as that. And then the traveling lighter turns into a state. And what happens is like one of the first few times I started having these events occur, it would be like I'm sitting in this room and I was looking around and everything looks the same. And then suddenly the whole room dropped about 20 feet to another level of relaxation. My mind, my conditional way of looking, couldn't see. Nothing changed. Yeah? Nothing changed in the room. Nothing changed in my life. But the whole thing dropped to another level of ease. Yeah? And it took months for it to dawn on mind. Yeah? Because it was still waiting to get it as a pall. Yeah? But after a few of those drops, I started to, there was a noticing of it. I saw, like the sleight of hand was seen through. I could recognize it. And then just like the effects that, like say, the aftershocks or the tremor in translation, this is a translation of mind here in time, I saw that it reverberated as traveling lighter. Yeah? No matter what the terrain of my life had in store for me as an action figure, I traveled lighter over it. It didn't change the geography of my life, maybe a little bit. It didn't have to. It just allowed a traveling lighter over it. Yeah? Yeah. I mean, my leg didn't get like all of a sudden better. Yeah? Some physical disabilities were still in place, but how their meaning in my life shifted dramatically. Yeah? The meaning that had become like a stagnant belief system got all shook up. One of the big ones was I was not in a hot tub, in a tub. I was house sitting. And I was in the tub, and suddenly it hit me. I didn't want what I wanted. Yeah? The whole stream of advertising with this assumption that I didn't have what I wanted or needed, constantly for year after year after year, was like one channel that played the same song. They played new songs, but the underlying old song was always there. Yeah? And I realized I don't want what I want. What a fucking relief. It just dropped. What? I didn't want all that stuff I don't have? No. That's the whole point why mind wants it, is it doesn't have it. It can give it meaning when it doesn't have it. And so these things would occur, and then how you traveled here, it would reverberate for a long, long time, in time. The shift of mind, which doesn't take any time at all, its reverberation can go on for years and years and years and years and years here. Yeah? Because it's not of time. So it would just, I get a hit, and then go, and then just months and months and months and months and years and years and years and years, I could see it just spreading out, yes? The mind coming out of that fixed posture and just losing its any kind of name and form, any kind of shape, and just being the space that it is. Yeah, oh, man. That's why I guess come here every freaking 3 days a week for 19 years. Because something about it still just, it's like, I'm just like brought to my knees in honoring of it. One time I like to share this one because it had a real tactile feeling. I've shared it a lot, but I was having another operation on my leg. Got run over by a car. And this operation was a local, they were just going to operate on this part, yeah? So they built a little wall up. And they gave me a local anesthesia, so I was awake, and they just shut up, so I couldn't feel it. You can hear it, though. You can hear what they're doing. It's weird. My mind translates everything into hearing. When I see something, I hear it also. It's weird. Like if I see something, I hear it. I don't hear it, but I hear it. I understand it by hearing it, almost more than seeing it. They combine and make an impact. But there I was, and I was just, they had these giant stainless steel like bowls with the lights in them. They need a lot of clarity, obviously, yes? They need to be illuminated when they're doing these operations. So I was laying there, and then suddenly there was one of those pauses, that I try to share. And something came over me that was like the sweetest quintessence. You know what the word quintessence? It's like the essence of essence. The quintessence, it was like a super distilled bliss ball or something, or joy, whatever. And it came over me and was a very physical, phenomenal event. And, just like everything was like blown to the winds and then recoagulated. And when I was put back together as a Paul, there was a sense, though, I would have put up with anything that's ever happened to me in this life if it had anything to do with leading me to this point. Yeah? Just 1 second in time of a timeless essence dropping, yeah? Like a drip, just one drop dripping through this whole little paper mache world, coming in, caused like 50 years of writing on the blackboard of conditioning and experience and memories, erased like that. Yeah. How real could it be? How real could if 1 second of timelessness could erase everything that I'd been seemingly through for 40 years at that time, away like that. You have to see something, This place is not inherently real. It's a dream in a way. It's a real thing. And you've got a big role to play, because the dreaming is dreaming. If you want to call it through here, yeah, this is like the little interface between no-thingness and the manifestation into thingness. And so this was a little thing. I was given this little message. Hey, maybe, brother, you're not that. Maybe you're not the meditator. Because I was looking for another technique of meditation. I'd done a lot of them. And someone pointed out to me, hey, maybe you don't need another technique of meditation. Why not just ask who's the meditator? Maybe see what happens if you do that. So I started asking those, they call it self-inquiry. I started asking, pointed at that assumption that there was a Paul there somewhere, an authentic Paul behind all of this activity, which there isn't, But I would throw some questions out back there, Let's look back and see who I am, And, ring the bell and see who shows up. So from the door, the imaginary door, my mind would always go when I asked, who am I? Me, you would yell out, like in a closet in the back room. But I wouldn't leave the door. I said, well, who is this me? And he would, I'll be right there. I've got to get dressed. Put on these whites, a spiritual seeker. No, who am I? Am I that? Oh, no. And what happened is, obviously, you find out, you'll see what happens if you start asking yourself a question. A subjective question. There's no opinion about, let's say it's the mind's worrying about next week, yeah? And you're aware of that. You see it, worrying about next week. It's no opinion about should you or shouldn't you be worrying about next week, but ask who it is that's worrying about next week. Who is that? Yeah? There seems to be worrying, which is true, that's manifestation, but there isn't one who's worrying. That is the mental interpretation. The manifestation is thoughts worrying about a thing called next week, yes? But there isn't any one doing that. So the mind sees, the conditional mind sees the verbs, sees thinking, sees feeling, sees doing, and yet when it sees a doing, it says there must be a doer. Yes, that's its logic. I'm the doer. And if I can't be the doer, then you're the doer. And if I can't pin it on a person, then God's doing it. There's somehow we got to have a doer. It can't just be doing. There's got to be someone or something doing it. Yeah? Thinking. There must be a thinker. Yeah? Feeling. There's so many feelings. I'm having them. No, there's just feelings. Yeah? In actually a better sense, they're having you more than you having them. Yeah? So all this activity, all this manifestation is being seen, but when the mind sees it, yeah, it claims the seeing, and then the conditional mind gives its interpretation of the seeing, which is just being conscious contact. It interprets it as I'm the one who's seeing it. I'm the one who's thinking. I'm the one who's feeling. I'm the one who's doing. And then it writes a story about you as the doer, the thinker, the seer, the feeler, the one who's done too, the victim, the great one, tons of little tributaries of the same basic story of being Paul, yes? And it just riffs like John Coltrane, the great jazz musician. It's just like giving it an idea. John, tonight, why don't you riff on the idea of separation? Okay, separation, turn into blues. I'm away from the one I love, and the source of my happiness has left me. Boom. Yeah, sounds very familiar, yeah? So the mind gets an idea. Well, hey, let's see what separation would look like. All right, I'll be a body, and I won't have what I need. All right? Oh, I don't like this idea of separation. But if you stick with it, you'll be special. Oh, okay, I'll stick with it. I want to be special someday. So what I don't have, I will have, and when I have it, I'll be great. Okay. This is mine. Selfing. And the feeling of be the one who's doing it is the product of the self. That vague feeling. That's why they say it's a sense of self. It's not a thought of self. The thought of self is the activity that produces the sense of self. Yeah? You have a sense that you're a self. That's the basic primary logic of the conditional mind. There's the seeing of manifestation. There's the claiming of the seeing as being the seer. And then from that point on, everything else that's seen is on the seer, on the doer, on the haver, yes? It's everything's thrust into this one storyline that there's a noun. Yeah? The verb is something a noun is doing. Instead of just seeing life as happening, it's always happening to me or for me or by me. There's always a noun involved. It's a story. Animals don't see it that way. I don't know actually how they see it. But I do know if you have a dog today at the beach and you have one of those ball things, that dog is never going to get tired to chase after that ball. And the 800th time it gets it and the first time it gets it, it'll be just as excited. And if you have a little kid and you hide behind a little corner and when the kid comes by and you go, oh, the kid will laugh. And if you do it 20 times, it will laugh. If you do it 80 times, it will laugh. But then as you get older, you enter a state of boredom, don't you? Oh, I've done this before. I don't want to run after this ball. This is the 50th time. I don't want to do this again and again. And time gets invested in it. Mind gets invested in it and produces an incredible quality that kids and little animals don't have, boredom. I'm fucking tired of this. I've done this so many times. Yes? But you've never done it. It's just the doing of it. Yeah? And that's when a kid and a dog, they're in the doing of it. They're running after the ball. There's no sense, oh, I did this yesterday with my master. And the ball was bigger and nicer. Fuck you, master. I'm not doing it anymore. I want a better ball. And the beach isn't as nice as yesterday's beach. And the waves, it's cold, too cold today. You know? There's no sense of anything being done to the doer because there's no doer. That quality of life is not lost. It's just forgotten. It's not lost at all. It's just based on the state of mind that you seem to be in. Or let's say, the dominant state of mind. There's no you to be in it, but the dominant state of mind. I found if you can just entertain, you're not that K-Paul, you know? You're not the center of that whole radio station you've been addicted to listening to. If you're not that, then what occurs is you start finding out more and more you're not that. And I say the more and more you find out you're not that, that's like being what you are. It's the seeing of what you're not. Yeah. And some lady was talking to me about the sound in one's head. That's also phenomena, but it's good because one, the sound is so constant, you can get a sense of the constancy of what's seeing it or what's hearing it. Yeah? What's hearing it is really what the sound implies, not the sound itself, yes? But the awareness of the sound. The having the sound on constantly can allow you to sense the constancy of the awareness of it, yeah? Because the only reason why something can appear to be constant here is because it's constantly being seen. Yes? So even if things come and go here, the constancy of what's seeing isn't addressed. Yes, it's always so. The sound in one's head, which seems to be constant, gives you a reminder of the true constancy of what's there, which is the seeing. Though here things come and go, so they don't have a consistency like this does, but you can have certain things can imply it. And that being always available at all times cannot be seen by conditional mind. It can't sense it. Yeah? But it is there. It's always available at all times. And certain things can sort of intimate that, yes? Certain events are happening here, can intimate the allness, the no time of it, the no timeness of it. In other words, all the time equates to no time, yeah? Of it. And then your mind comes out, it pops out of that ass of self and it really expands. It can really expand and start entertaining possibilities that you can never entertain from the point of view of a self. Because everything you entertain is put into time. It's very hard to entertain timelessness in time. Yeah? The addiction to time must be seen, and then you get the real sense of timelessness. So here, it says, this is the how and why of it. First of all, we had to quit playing God. It didn't work. Next, we decided that hereafter this drama of life, something was going to be our director. But mostly, everyone goes right to the next. They go right to turning their will and their life over. But if the mind that they're identified as is still playing God, that life that you turn over, you'll believe you can take back. That ain't turning over your will and your life. That's like a deal, yeah? That can be reneged every day, yeah? All right, here I turn it over, but now I really want something like a relationship. I'm taking it back, yeah? And then, oh no, the shit hit the fan, I'll turn it back over, but I'll take it back. I would say that's playing God with God, yeah? And that's going, I believe, totally unnoticed quite a lot. And immediately we go to the supposedly the solution, which is to turn our will and our life over. But if you're willing, if there's an identification as a self, yes? And so selfing is taking itself to be the doer and the haver and the player of God, let's just say. And that hasn't been seen, then I would say that what's going to surrender its will and life isn't you. It's going to be selfing. And when selfing surrenders its will and life, it doesn't surrender its will and life. It's a deal. It turns it over until it doesn't think it's going the way it wants, and it takes it back. And it has an experience as if that's true. It feels like it gives it up and then takes it back. Yes? This is all, to me, playing God. This ability, because if I surrendered something to something that was more powerful than me, then I would have to sort of humbly ask it to give it back. It wouldn't be like I can take it back at any time because it's more powerful than me. And I made the deal. I surrendered it. What? Yeah, is it? It would be like, no, you can't have it back. Yeah? It would be okay unless I'm the bigger God. Yeah? Unless what I'm taking myself to be is playing God with God. And that's a major theme in the community. It's like I surrendered and then I took it back and then I got to go surrender again and take it back. And if I don't surrender, I may go out and then you have no guarantee that you'll get back, because you may believe that A is going to be the same, and it may be, but you're not going to be the same. I've seen it over and over again with a lot of people with a lot of time. So this whole idea, because I noticed when I was taught this thing, it was the first step, the second step. I never really heard about the quit playing God, and it was right to the third step. But if I'm turning my life over as self, that ain't turning life over. Because, first of all, it doesn't have a life to turn over, really. It's claimed a life that is not its own, and to actually have the arrogance to think I own this life, and I can choose to turn it over or not, is unbelievable in my head. It's unbelievable. And we were just talking about it earlier. Let's say, all right, today there was all these books, yes? That's different books, and you claimed about 50 of them. Every day there'd be a lot of books, and every day you'd say, "This is my book, my book, my book." Yeah. After a week, you would have about 350 books. What are you going to do with those 350 books? You got to store them somewhere. Yes. And the next week you're going to be claiming 350 more. Yeah. You're going to constantly have more books on your hands. Yes. Books are coming, books are coming, books are coming, and you're claiming them. Where are you going to put them? Store them here, put them there, hang here, try to sell them. No one wants them, because they're yours. Whatever. Put them here, this and that and that. This is what happens all freaking day. You believe the feelings are yours. You believe the thoughts are yours. Every thought that's seen in your head is held as your thought. That's like a claiming of a book that now you have to store. What do you think your memories are? It's the storage of thoughts and feelings that were never yours to begin with. They came to go. But when they come, we claim them. Oh, this is happening to me. Then I have to find somewhere to put them. Because more and more keeps coming. Every day, the mind seems to be thinking. Yeah? Every day, it never seems to run out. Some research says you have 1,000 thoughts a day. Okay, take it to be a book. So 1,000 thoughts you're claiming every day. What the hell are you going to do with them all? No one wants them. They have their own huge amount of thoughts. They have no room for your thoughts because they're just using every bit of space to store their thoughts and their feelings and their stories. Yes? Fuck. And it doesn't end. You don't take a break. And you know what? It's way too much information to process. You don't have the ability to process it. So what occurs is rationalization, denial, disassociation, checking out, wanting to get loaded. Because everywhere in the space that the presence can be felt, there's things stored in it. Thoughts and feelings and opinions and judgments and this and that and experiences. Oh, let me tell you about my experiences. Give me a break. It's like a giant bank that has actually no value. An experience. Show me your experience. Where is it? It's gone. Yet it isn't gone. It's taking up seemingly space because you have a story around it. It was my experience. You see the activity of the disease? It claims what is not rightfully its, yes? And in that claiming, it gets a lot of unintended consequences. What the fuck am I going to do with all these thoughts? What am I going to do with all this guilt based on I was the doer of every freaking action? I was the one who omitted what I should have done, and I was the one who committed what I shouldn't have done. What are you going to do with all that? It's going to produce guilt and shame. Where are you going to put the guilt and shame? Where? You don't have any more room. So you start blaming others. You say, fuck it, I don't have any room. It's like projectile vomiting. Let me tell you what's happening. You're hoping that you can walk away and it'll be theirs, but it isn't theirs. It follows you back. You called it yours. It's like a homing pigeon. It ain't going anywhere. You know what I mean? You can run away from it as much as you want, but there's a bond to it. It's been claimed. It's yours and yours and yours. And now that you don't want it and you want to discard it, it's too late. The contract's been signed. This is like the nuclear dump site. You asked for it. Here's your life. Memories and resentments and all this going over and over and over again. It's like a giant storage unit. Yeah? There's no room. You can't sense any presence because presence is really absence. It's when the space of life is absent, you feel a presence. When it's full of all this stuff, you feel claustrophobic. You'll do almost anything to get relief. It's a form of slavery because you can't keep up with it, first of all. 1,000 thoughts a day, let's just say. That's 7,000 a week. That's how many a month. That's 100-something, I don't know how many thousands and thousands of thoughts. And every one of them that there was an awareness of was claimed as you, as being the thinker of it. You claimed it as yours. You're the mother. Yes? You gave birth to it. That's mine. Yes? Every freaking one of them. And you know what? The heaviest things of all weigh nothing here. You can't weigh a thought. But you watch how people travel and you can see the heaviness of them. You can see the heaviness of them in the what do you call those lines in people's faces? The downturn thing that's never smiled anymore. It's down because it's all this weight. Yeah? All this weight. And it just keeps on coming. It's like living back east with a 9-month blizzard. You can never get your driveway clear. You do all the shoveling, you look back, it's packed again. What are you going to want to do? Fuck it. I need some relief. Yeah? But you don't see the real bondage isn't all the thoughts, it's being the claimer of those thoughts as mine, or that the thoughts are about me. Because someone else, when they're experiencing the heaviness of their thoughts, if they share them, they don't produce a heaviness in you. Because you're very clear they're not my thoughts, they're his thoughts. So you can be like Solomon, oh, I have so much wisdom about your thoughts, but you can have to be having the same thoughts and they're called yours and there's no wisdom there. None whatsoever. None whatsoever. It's not the thought that's heavy, it's the claiming of it, yes? Once it becomes your property, it takes up all your space, which is the divine property of this place, is emptiness, yeah? It now becomes a storage unit. Your feeling of life is like a freeze-dried memory. And if you've been with a situation where there was a number of you and you go back and talk to them about it, everyone has a different take on what happened. It's all been made up and interpreted. Yeah? But it takes up space, yes? There's not even enough space for you to breathe because it keeps on coming. You don't get a vacation, do you? If you go to Hawaii, you're thinking like you did when you were in New Jersey. Yeah? When you're thinking in New Jersey, you say, it'd be great to go to Hawaii, but when you get to Hawaii, you're thinking about New Jersey. Yeah? It doesn't, you can't escape here. Your ability to process sucks. Yeah? Your ability to process sucks. All processing goes to anger. What, they're fucking doing something to me. Others, victimhood. Yeah? So here in the recovery book, very unnoticed, before the all-supreme third step, the highest high, it says, first of all, the how and why of it is, quit playing God. Next, then we do the surrender. But without seeing the real activity of the conditional mind, which is playing God, without telling the truth about that, without having a sense of a belief with certainty, then the third step is going to be hollow. Because it's going to be based on your take of it, which is, I give it and I take it back. How could a third step, how could abandonment become conditional? The word abandon means letting go of all reservations, I'd imagine. And yet, when the mind's playing God and it plays God with the third step, it's totally conditional. Oh, well, if I keep getting parking spaces, my higher power's working, and I got a date. Oh, my higher power is busily working for me. For me. You know what I mean? It's like a consultant you call in. Yes, come on. You're managing like crazy, but I'll consult with God and see. God, what do you think about this? Oh, fuck you. I'm doing whatever I want. I just thought I'd bring you in, I'm paying you a lot of money, a lot of fucking yapping. But the proof is in the pudding. Yeah? If anxiety, if all fear comes from the idea of reliance on self, which I think is sort of implied in the fear inventory, where he says, why are you in so much fear? And then he answers, isn't it because self-reliance has failed us? So he's pointing out the fraudulence of a system that there's a reliance on, which is self-centeredness, yes? It's a failed system. It doesn't promote any sense of security, it promotes anxiety. If you're a devotee of that system, your prayer is going to be like this, because you're going to be anxious about what's not happening. There's no fucking way. Seriously, you're going to be like this. Because you're not going to be responding to now. You could be in the most beautiful moment, and yet you're not there for all intents and purposes. You're in a reaction to a moment that's not happening. And maybe possibly never happened the way it's been drawn up. Yeah? So are you really present here? So see it. Quit playing God. There's simple little demonstrations of it. When you wake up in the morning, isn't there sometimes a reaction to a forecast your head has about the day? You go, oh, why is that? Because the headline, the first channel that's on, that's been playing all night, is it's going to suck today. Just like it's been sucking every other day. I mean, everyone's just going to bounce up out of bed and be really excited? No, you're going to go, fuck this. I think I'll have 6 shits of coffee. Let me create my own feeling. I'll just drink myself into a buzz. Ooh, yes. This way every fucking shot, everything was like that. I mean, if you don't see that in your addiction, your solution to alcoholism was to get loaded. That was one of the biggest managing or playing gods your mind ever did. There was an irritability, restlessness, and discontent, and its reaction was, I want relief from this, and so it went and bought the exact fuel that thing wanted and gave it to it. You don't see that as slavery? That you actually go shopping for the disease? Really? Because it can't drink. It has a fuel, yes? But it doesn't have a mouth. The fuel, and it can't go shopping. Alcoholism. It has to convince the host, hey, yeah, they're out to get you, fuck them, yeah, okay, let's go to 7-Eleven. You march away, think, I'm making a choice. Yes. It's slavery. How can you see it as anything other than slavery? Yeah. Against all evidence to the contrary, this is not a wise move, you're still going. Yeah? Once it gets its fuel, all bets are off. I mean, seriously. It's like, I used to talk about, you were like a horse, and this crazy jockey has ridden you before. And man, it was a nasty ride. You were hoping to go to the glue factory, basically. And yet it kept you going. And then there's been a little bit of relief, and then you see the jockey walking into the barn. And you're like, oh, contracted. And it comes up and says, don't worry, it's going to be different this time. And you're going, oh, no. There's something in you that realizes, no, don't worry. It's just my leg. Don't resist. No, don't. And then as soon as it's in there, let's go. And you're not going to be lucky enough where it lets you die. You're its only host. Alcoholics have the most incredible lifespan. With being totally against living, they live longer than most other people. I've seen the same people in hate that I saw when I was first sober 23 years ago. They're still there. Drinking every day, living on the streets. They're thriving. Abscesses, fuck it. Limps, no teeth, doesn't matter. The parasite ain't letting them go. You think you're going to appease it and win it over with all the therapy? Fuck that. If therapy's fine with you, get it. I don't care, But I swear, isn't it like we're just trying to buy off the devil? Okay, let's go on this 3-week retreat. You'll really like it. Fuck you. Get over there working out. Oh, I feel great. And then the day later you leave it all. Has absolutely no effect. And then its solution is, let's do a 6-week retreat. Oh, like more's going to be better. That's always the solution, more. Yeah? So maybe it'd be interesting to see what playing God means to you, by investigating a little bit. Because if there is a convincing of that being the case, I'll tell you something. The mind is going to be keenly interested in being freed from that. Yes? And the thing is, if you're identified with the problem, then the mind that's identified with the problem cannot entertain being free from the problem. It only entertains freedom as the problem. You have to have a sense that it's not you. And as soon as there's that sense that it's not you, the mind can entertain, I can be free of it. Because what bonds you to it has been questioned. It's the identification. The identification with it is what causes your mind to short circuit. It can't get to the point of entertaining being free of it. So it tries to learn how to live with it, tries to learn how to live as it, and then it hopes to have freedom, but the freedom is already spoiled because you're going to have freedom as that, and that's not free. Any freedom held as a self will be conditional. It will come and go based on its whims. It will play God with peace. It will play God with love. It will play God with God. It will tell you how close you are to God, and it will tell you when you've been dismissed from God's presence. It will make what's always so a goal that may be very difficult to attain. It will always put it off in time, and it will create, when that space is believed, it can put as many hurdles as it wants, whatever size it wants, and it will change the course. The track will not stay the same. It will change. It will keep changing it. Yeah? Always delaying what's already so. Yeah? Always putting what's timeless into time. It's the most perfect place to hide something that's timeless, in throwing it into time. Yeah? Because in the pursuit of it, you miss its immediacy. In the pursuit of it, in moving towards it, it's actually, in a sense, creating the belief that you can move away from it. Once there's the belief that you can be distant from it, it doesn't matter how close you ever get, you'll never get there. Never get there. Even if you believe you get there, you'll be evicted. Your mind will play God and say, uh-oh, I've lost it. And that's more painful than never seemingly having it. Someone has, quote unquote, has an epiphany, they claimed an absence of themselves, and now the self is trying to get that. It is incredibly painful to watch that happen. Their nature has become a goal that what they're not is going to get. It's ridiculous, yes? the only value of this message is hopefully that will trigger some kind of contact with the mind, will like electroshock itself out of this mental yogic posture called selfing, yeah? Because when it comes out of that posture, what does it sense? Its own nature. Not of time, not of limitation, not of body, but of timelessness, unlimited, and not of a body, a no-thingness, yeah? And when that starts occurring, things start to straighten out. Because in a way you have it, just like in Buddhism, in the Eightfold Noble Path. I've had some people come here who were Buddhists and they were telling me, well, it's actually looked at as circular, but let's just look at the linear thing. You know, the Buddha supposedly came and shared the problem and said what you needed to do, and they broke it down into an eightfold path. And the first one was right view. Before right meditation, before right action, before right understanding, before right living, the first one was right view. And the view that he presented was there is no self. Anatta in the old language, yeah? Non-self. It doesn't mean that there's something else. Non-self is there's no self. It doesn't say what there is, but it's saying what there isn't. Just like in non-duality, we talked about it the other day. Non-duality isn't a thing. Non-duality is a negation, yeah? It's not two. People talk about non-duality as if it's something. Non-duality is not two. That's all it is. It means there's no duality. There's no you and me. There's only that, let's say. Yeah? And they're not even saying that. They're just saying there's no you and me. Non-duality. Yeah? It's a negation of duality. It's not a thing that after you think you leave duality, you're now going to go into non-duality. You know, you got off the duality bus. Oh, where's the... Oh, we got a hot rush. Here's the non-duality bus. Let's go. The door's still open. No, there's no bus. There's no thing. Yeah? It's just seeing there is not two. Yeah? Not two. That's it. Yeah. Ding. That's what we do here. We don't talk about the ocean. We talk about, are you a wave or not? If you're not a wave, that's the ocean. But if you think you're a wave, you can study about the ocean, you can have tons of experiences of the ocean, but you're never gonna be the ocean because you already seem to be something prior to that, which is a wave. So your own nature now becomes an experience your false nature is looking for, yeah? I want to have an experience, I want to have a deep experience of the ocean. To this little conditional mind, it means the deeper I dive, the more experience I have of the ocean. No, if you're not the wave, that's the ocean. This is the depths of being the ocean. What? Realizing you're not a wave is the depths of being the ocean. Yeah? But this habitual identification, be it a wave, whatever you want to call it, then makes its own nature an object that it's going to get or not get. That's playing God. How could you not see that? How can you take what's already so, that's ever present, that's not of time, and then make it an object in time and give it a sense of being absent in your own life? That's an incredible God-playing act, eh? The quit playing God is just, I've been having tons of downloads about that the last year or so. 3 years ago, I never even looked at it, yeah? It was all about something else. But then quit playing God, I started seeing it while watching everyone over and over and over again, watching this mind, watching, I started seeing, Jesus, it's like a giant network of playing God. And everything done after that fact isn't what you think it is. It's not a surrender when you're doing it as God. When you're playing God, that surrender is a form of bondage. Because now what's surrendered is you, the you that you're not. So here you go traipsing to the solution, but you're doing it as the problem. Unbeknownst. You actually think, I'm resting in the solution as the problem. So here's the solution, and you're wondering why the light's not shining because there's this opaque plank over it called you. Like Jesus says, Don't be that bushel basket, that's keeping the light from everything. That bushel basket, I would say, is playing God with God. It's hard to be God when there's a playing God. So first of all, how am I? Let's see if that's the case. Check it out this week. See how the head pontificates as if it knows everything. Yet its track record sucks, doesn't it? Yet it's like we keep going back to this like the Greek oracle, like, oh, wise one, please tell me what to do about my relationship. Please don't. Because they're going to look just like all the other relationships that you've told me about. Please hold back your wisdom. Let's see if I can pick up another frequency instead of K-Paul. Let's see if there's any other energy, any other information out there. Yes, lots of information. You can get a collective hit by a loving God that expresses itself in our group conscience at meetings. You get a download from a force or a power that isn't like Clear Channel, only every station that you turn to. Paul, spiritual Paul, bad Paul. Ooh, we don't want to hear that. Paul. I can't get anything but Paul on this fucking transistor. But your mind can pick up a lot of different information, definitely. And the knowledge that downloads is different. It feels different than I know. I know is just one side of a coin, and the other side is I don't know. Yes? I'm thoroughly convinced about the problem. Then you see the person drunk the next day. Don't waste time trying to convince this. This can't be convinced thoroughly. It's convinced and unconvinced. It's all situational, yeah? It can seem to be thoroughly convinced, then it's left alone for a couple hours, it's unconvinced, yeah? There is a form of convincing that doesn't go through this format, yeah? It downloads to an aspect of mind that's not embroiled in self-centeredness. And that aspect of mind starts having a bigger sway in your life, yeah? And in a sense, how you walk around is you don't know. It's really weird because the security of the conditional mind is to know. Even if it's wrong, it wants to think it knows, yeah? Have you ever argued with people? Yeah. They're not open to hearing anything. They just know they're right. Yeah, whatever. This kind of knowing is different, though. It's not based on this false security of thinking you know something. It's actually, you're open to it by I don't know. And in the I don't know, you find out. It's incredible. You'll find out. You can't stake any claim on anything because it's not yours. Yeah? You don't own it. You can't privatize it. And that's the beauty of it. Because once something is owned, let's say they say in recovery, it says, self-knowledge avails us nothing. I used to get wondered by that. Because knowledge is held in such high esteem. And I would think a lot of the program is to learn about yourself, but it's saying self-knowledge avails you nothing. What to me, and I started seeing it, well, any knowledge claimed by the selfing will be neutered. It will never lead to being free from self. Because that knowledge will be like another adornment for the selfing. It'll be another medal. It'll be another little bar it puts on its shoulder or another stripe on its arm, yeah? It'll all be for the reflecting of self, how knowledgeable I am about holes, but you still fall in the holes every day. Then it's not doing you any real good, is it? And then you can pontificate to other people about falling into holes, but it's like unhealed healers. You're falling into holes. How are you going to tell? I guarantee you won't fall into a hole and then they see you in the hole the next day. I mean, it doesn't hold any water. Yeah? In the Course in Miracles, they would call it unhealed healers. Unhealed healers are healing here all day. They're not well. You don't see what's going on. There's a lot of energetic things are happening. There's a lot of agreements, a lot of this and that going on. A lot of activities are happening. But this, the I don't know, puts me to a position of finding out. And finding out, that kind of knowledge has a substance that I know doesn't have. And this substance can withstand the winds of this place. Yes? You can have a state of traveling lighter that's like all terrain. like a good set of tires. Yeah? It travels over all the type of terrain you can run into in a life, and it stabilizes, and a faith grows out of it. Yeah? A faith that produces not a parking space next week, but an ease and comfort now, where you're at. Yeah? Faith is an incredible energy, if you want to call it that, because faith manifests here in whatever vehicle it's put in. So I'll say it again. Faith, which is a quality of mind, yes? Faith mind, and one of the greatest Zen treatises was called Faith Mind. Faith is a quality of mind, but here in the manifestation, it manifests, yes, or its influence appear here by what vehicle you put them in. So let's say the faith that you are is in the thought system that you're not. Yeah? And you're believing the thoughts about you, about them, about time, about this and about that. What that faith is going to produce by being put into that thought system is anxiety. Lots and lots and lots of anxiety. Yes? And anxiety is going to look like what we call fear. It's going to trigger a body reaction, which is called the emotion of fear. But that fear isn't about what's happening. It's actually a product of your faith in what's not happening. So you are a miracle worker or a faith worker. You can produce an effect by having faith in what's not happening here. If you look at it, it's not happening. You cannot show me what you're worried about. Yeah? You can't bring it here for everyone else to see. Yeah? Yet, in your little private Idaho, you can be having an incredible experience in reacting to that which is not happening now. Yeah? In other words, your basic experience during this day will not be based on what's happening, but it will be thoroughly based on what's not happening. And that what's not happening, because of your faith in the thought system, will override what's happening. This is how we play God. Because here we have what we call life presented to us, but the God playing overrides that life and gives you one that's made up based on what it thought happened and what it think will happen. Yeah? And your absorption and faith in that system gives it an effect here. If there is no faith in that system, it doesn't have an effect here. So you and I play a huge role in bringing that in here. It has to come through us to manifest. Yeah? False evidence cannot appear real here, but it can appear real here to you. It does not appear real for everyone in this room, but false evidence that's cooking up right now in your head, if your mind is in a right, certain, let's say, devoted posture, which is it has faith in those thoughts, and it believes what's happening up there is true, then it will be on its knees, but not in prayer, but on its knees in anxiety. That same faith, if not given to that system, and it's very difficult not to give that system faith when you have ultimate faith in one of its biggest offerings, which is being a self. If you believe most of the selfing's punchline, that it's you that feels like it's me that's being driven crazy, it's me that feels this, it's me that has this. If that is in place, yes, how can the system get out of the system? Self can't get out of self. Yeah? So even though you're in conflict with the system, the faith holds you. That conflict is just another face of the same coin. Yeah? Utter devotion or conflict from devotion. Yeah? What happens if you see that maybe, just start entertaining, maybe I am not a long-lasting, independent, separate entity. Maybe when they're seeing, it doesn't mean there's a seer. Maybe there can just be this bullshit consciousness of what's happening here, which is the act of seeing. Why is it that there's the interpretation that there must be a seer? Yeah? That's the selfing. It's not disputing conscious contact, it's just disputing the one who's claiming the conscious contact. I am not seeing. I am not hearing. There's just hearing and seeing going on. The sense of being the one who's doing it is a process of a mental process. It is what I call selfing. Yeah? That. And that selfing cannot take a life here unless there's faith in it. So I don't say put your faith anywhere else, because if it is in the idea of being a self, anytime you think you're putting your faith somewhere else, it's still in self. I'm saying maybe there is no self, and then your faith now stands unwedded to that idea, and then see what happens. It doesn't have to be wedded to anything else. Just sort of annul this little marriage by questioning the authenticity of it. Am I really the thinker of these thoughts when I can't even take a shit when I want to? I actually believe I can't even take a shit of a very seemingly gross function and manifestation, breaking down whatever, food into refuse. I can't even take a shit when I want, but a very sublime, subtle activity called thinking, I believe I'm the thinker of it. It's fucking unbelievable. I mean, what a leap. You know what I mean? I mean, you can really, I can't, at sometimes when the last thing I want to do is take a shit, I gotta take a shit. I got a long train ride in India. The last place I want to do is use that bathroom. But I had whites on and everything, and it was like, fuck, it was on and on and on and on. Yet, with that demonstration, I'm sitting here going, these are my thoughts. Fuck, I'm really guilty about the thought I had today. I was thinking I'd really like to look at porno. Oh no! How could I be a spiritual teacher if I really want to look at porno? This is all bullshit. It's all fucking minutia. Selfing, 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 selfing. And your faith has been given over to it. Why? Because we're relying on self. If you rely on self, the system comes with it. You thinking you're going to get relief from the system when you're the center of it? Fuck that. The whole universe is revolving around you. You think because you don't want Mars to be in orbit around you as the sun, it's going to stop its orbiting? It's fixed by the situation, by the setup. You're the center, everything revolves around you. You don't like the pressure of all that? Give up being the center. No. I want to be there when it gets better. Why it isn't good now is because you're here. You keep hoping, I can't wait till I get it. When I get this message, it'll be a great advantage. You're never going to get it. There's no fucking way. What you're not can never get this message. What you're not, when offered nothing, makes it into something. Something isn't it. That is not the message. The message is no thing. Yeah? It's not like we're saying turn away from this and turn towards this. All I'm saying is look at how you're looking. If you're not that, there's no need to turn towards anything. You are that. You are which is looking right now. You think it's you looking, but it's just seeing. Yeah? We break it down in this room. I don't know. If this doesn't work for you, tell me, because I feel it works for me. So I like this one. But here we're sitting here. I'm looking at you, yeah? That would be the perceptual take here. Yes? I looking at you. Now, where you're sitting, it's I looking at me. I'm a you to you, yes? And you're a you to me. Now, everyone in the room is looking. And what I'm saying here, maybe there's one eye that's looking. One eye. Yeah? Prior to being claimed as you, there's one eye that's looking or seeing. I don't mean I this way, I, like I. And then there's a lot of views that the eye is looking at, yeah? So let's say there's one event happening from all these different camera positions. What the event is I'm looking at you, yeah? If I ask you what's happening, you'd be I'm looking at you. It's all the same thing. We say the same thing. I'm looking at you. Yeah? Everyone. Now, this is where it gets a little dicey. Okay? So I go, okay, well, who is this I? Let's say my mind, and the conditional mind asked this a long time ago, way before self-inquiry. The mind asked this question, who am I? And it came up with an answer. And you know what that answer is? Me. The I, which is constantly occurring, consciousness is in contact here. That I, in one fell swoop, was claimed by a mental process and then aligned with the body. I, recognition of conscious contact, I'm looking, All right, let's ask the mental process, who is this I? He could have said God, the all-knowing, no thing, this and that. But no, it came up with a really good idea, me. What's that me? So the I now has been claimed by the mental process. Or I'm the one who's seeing. Yes? All right, well, who is this I then that's seeing? To the mental process's point of view, it's me. Who's this me? This me is what you call you when you're looking. When I is looking, there, it's a you, yes? What this is a you that's been identified as the I, and it's now called me. But I am just a you in your experience, yes? So the I is having every one of these experiences, and everyone is seeing a you, but when you ask the mental process of that you to say who it is, it says it's me. Yeah? Which is just an identified you, isn't it? If you were just looking at what's happening, that's an object, yeah? You, object, you. This is a you, isn't it? To you, this is a you, yeah? But to me, this is a me, which is an identified you, isn't it? All the while, there's the I. I. Everyone's experience right now is I am looking. And everyone's experience is what it's looking at is a you. Yeah? From this point of view, I'm looking from the subjective point of view. Yeah? From that point of view, I'm an object. Yeah? From this point of view, I'm the subject. So the I sees you as an object. From that point of view, you're the subject, and you see this I as an object. Yeah? Now, this I, taking itself to be me, thinks this is what's seeing. This. Yeah? It totally forgets the no-thingness, which is what's seeing, and it claims the seeing, which is the quality of no-thingness, as an act that this thing is doing. Yeah? This object that you're seeing now becomes a pseudo-subject. I'm the one who's seeing. I'm the one who's hearing. I'm the one who's thinking. I'm the one who's feeling. I'm the one who has a life. I'm the one who has a girlfriend. I'm the one who has this money. My. It just doesn't stop at claiming subjectivity. It claims everything. Yeah? And what ensues then? You become the center of the universe, and the thought system, now that it has this fixed object called its divine son, it places this object anywhere it wants at any other time and thinks about it. It takes all the information that's happening and sucks it into this vacuum and how it pertains to me. It can actually bend this giant force called life is happening and only see it as it's happening to me. This is an act of playing God, yes? And it can get away with it unless there's a recognition of God, in a sense. Yeah? When there's a recognition of what's present, truly present, then all the act of being present starts being seen through, and you see its inherent absence, yes? But without the presence, without the sense, what absent is taken to be present. Yeah? And it's so busy, it seems to be really present. It's busy all the time, concocting and thinking and da-da-da-da. So, as you're walking down Clement Street, I hate to break the news to you, but everyone on that street sees you as an object. They could probably care less about you. I don't think there's maybe one person in the whole world that goes home and thinks about you, and that's you. So there is a solution. Yeah? There really is. There is a solution. For me, the solution is getting the sense that it's an imaginary problem. Yeah? If it's an imaginary problem, then you'll see that all of your real solutions to it actually resuscitate and give life to the imaginary problem. Yeah? Because if a problem is worthy of your solutions, it must be a real problem. But if it's an imaginary problem, seeing that would be the only thing necessary. Yeah? Once you see it as imaginary, once you see it as not happening, what's there more to do? So you can get the flavor of the solution by its immediate effect here. It's a timeless solution. That timeless solution can erase what seems to have been written over time for 40 years. It can go like that, like it never happened. Because from that view, it never happened. The timelessness is the only event. Any questions tonight? You missed the secret handshake. Cheers. You have to come back. Sometimes at a meeting, it's like almost like a nuclear reactor, yeah? It gets so cooking in here. Something that could be so not noted all day, if you sit in satsang or something, it can become really paramount. The emphasis of no-thingness can really have a huge impression in this room because we gather together. And the sense of that, to me, is worth 800 pages of scriptures. Yeah? It's just because you're bypassing all the forms of knowledge here, and you're just going from source to source in a way, from timeless to timeless, instead of trying to get to timeless through time, which will inevitably work, but it will take time. Yeah, but it has to inevitably work. But here it's just timeless, timeless. Yes. So the sense of the immediacy of the message starts becoming overwhelming. And you start seeing its influences here. Because like I see someone who's super bummed out yesterday, and that the next day it doesn't seem like it ever happened. How real could it have been? Yeah. How real could it have been if it wasn't there on Monday and it's not there on Wednesday? It just took took up a lot of your time on what you call Tuesday. You would think if it was real, it would be real Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. You have a hard time shaking it away because it's real. But everything seems to just appear, doesn't it? And the key to what appears is to you. The you that it's appearing to gives it more of the meaning than it ever has itself. Yeah. So what's appearing is almost like it's like a vehicle for a message or information to be downloaded into. And that message, that information is downloaded into what seems to appear like a thought and a feeling from this conditionality that the word Paul represents. And the bridge to this is my, yeah? So when a thought is seen as mine, that my represents a lot of conditioning that gets injected into that thought. Yeah? A feeling is seen as mine, a lot of conditional information shot into that. Yeah? And so I'm not even reacting to the thought or the feeling, I'm reacting to what the meaning my mind gave it. And the meaning is that the mind's going to give it is what lens it's giving meaning through. If it's being given meaning through self-centeredness, you're going to have the same old you've been having for quite a while. It's a limited system. You've seen every bit of what it has to offer. Every possibility it has to offer always has time as an ingredient, and you've been through every one of them. Every one of them. You've been through every inch of self-centeredness. There's no magical fourth door like let's make a deal. You're not going to go to heaven. You know, Monty Hall is, oh yes, you've won heaven. No. It's the same old. Maybe a bigger carrot and a longer, that's all will happen will be degrees. Yeah, big, that's all it is. It's sort of like a kaleidoscope. The basic format stays the same, but you go like this and it looks like things are bigger and smaller and more important, less important, but it's the same old. It's all perceptual like voodoo. There is a solution. There isn't a problem. There is not a problem. It's all huffing and puffing. There's no house to be blown down. So, yeah. If you're really truly ready to go, you'll be staying here. That's the funny thing. When you're really truly letting go, right where you'll be right here. You're not going to transcend any place. This isn't a real place to transcend. The transcendence is being here. That's how you transcend it. My whole life, all I wanted was to get out. Since I was about 6 or 7, since the introspection started, my whole life was about escaping, reading science fiction, Edgar Allan Poe, till I found drinking, then spirituality, then drugs, then relationships, then this, then that. It was a constant, incessant imperative to get out of here. Because I had mistaken the here, I had mixed it up with a mental here and a here. I thought the mental here was here, and I really wanted to get out of the mental here. Yeah. So I was trying to escape where I cannot escape from. Just like people believe they read books about how to be in the moment, but I'm saying you can't be out of the moment. There's no way in hell you could ever leave this moment. What's the point of trying to get in it if you can't get out of it? There's a belief that you're not here, so you're trying to get here. Yeah, but it's just a belief. It's not true. If you looked at the surveillance cameras of your life, you were in every frame. You were running around as a body, doing things. I wasn't really there. Yes, you were. Here's the evidence. No, I was somewhere else. Yeah, I got a picture of you right here. No, I was somewhere. Where was that somewhere else? So there's a mental here. Yeah. To me, I think the addict wants to escape from that. Because the mental here isn't here, it's there and then. Yeah? It's all these meanings of everything that's been claimed, all the thoughts that you believe you claimed, all the feelings and all the memories, all the resentments, all the regrets, all the highs, all the lows. They're all in there. So I'm in this very crowded place I call here, this mental here, and it produces a claustrophobicness. I want to get out. I want to get out. I can't tell you why, but I want to get out. I feel uncomfortable in my own skin. I don't feel comfortable. I don't feel I can trust anybody. I want to get to a better place than here. But there is no better place than here. All there is here. But I'm not in here. I'm in a mental here. Yeah? My intention and interest has left the conscious contact, and I'm now hyper-conscious of the thoughts about what's not happening. And feelings about something that's not happening. Yes? And now I want to get out of here. The funny thing with my life is my wanting to get out of the mental here got me imprisoned in the manifest here. I was such a good escape artist, I ended up in jail. 2 years in Delancey Street, 3 months project return. I was doing great. Last place I wanted to be, I was really in, People watching over me constantly. So the whole point is, the solution to the mental here is just being aware, of what's happening. It's simple, really. Yeah. When you're aware of what's happening, you have an immunity to what's not happening. Because what's happening has a quality what's not happening doesn't have. It's happening, really. You don't have to think about it. You just see it, hear it, feel it, taste it, touch it. And it's acceptance. It's a glorious acceptance. That can give you immunity to what's not happening. Yeah? And when you're here in the manifest here, what occurs is you get an intimation of the unmanifest here. Yeah? Or the no-thingness. You can't get that intimation up in the mental realm. There is no higher power in the past and the future. None whatsoever. When you live up there, you are God playing God. You are the ultimate playing God. There is no manifest here for you. You're not reacting to this moment, responding to it. You're reacting to what's not happening. And there's definitely no unmanifest. Yeah? That's totally nothing to you. All it is mental. Yeah? Thoughts and thoughts and thoughts about thoughts and thoughts about feelings and thoughts about other feelings and thoughts and thoughts and thoughts. And it's constantly, all this space is so filled up with all this baloney, it's claustrophobic. What do you want to do is get high. Yeah? You want to get something. You want to get out. But you can't get out of what you cannot possibly be in. You see that? It's an imperfect trap. Because every time you try to get out of it, you verify that you're in it. And if you'd stop trying to get out of it, you would see you were never in it. But you can't stop trying to get out of it because you believe you're in it. Yeah? Even trying to stop trying to believe it, as self, that's belief. You're in it. Yeah. Oh, it's trippy. So we're here 3 days time, 3 days a week, right? Yeah, so whatever. I have a lot of meetings. Just why? Because I have total faith in mind. I have total faith in mind that if it's introduced to this information, this message, it's going to bypass the little voice box called Marie or Paul. Yeah? It's going to bypass that claiming mechanism. It's going to bypass the privatization of everything, and this is going to trigger. It's like a catalyst, yeah. It's like 2 drops in a carburetor to start the car. Yeah? If your car is stalled, you put 2 drops in the carburetor, you turn on the ignition, it starts up. You don't keep pouring gas in. It's just a catalyst, yes. It's not anything. It's just a catalyst. You are the chemistry already. It's already there. All it needs is a little drop. And this is what we do. We just repeat the drop over and over and over again. Yeah? Because when the car starts up, what happened with me when I had the surrender in AA, the selfing stopped for about 3 minutes, and I had never witnessed it being stopped. I had forgotten when I was a kid, and all I knew, I didn't even know the movement because it was always on. But something happened, there was that moment of clarity, it stopped, and I saw that there was something that continued when it stopped. Yeah? That made a huge imprint on me, and that one portal for 5 minutes, 20-something years ago, has produced a manifested solution for these 23 years. Could you imagine if you opened it up to that? And you're the last one who'll know it either. Because your mind has a vested interest in a story about you. I see when the lights turn on. Yeah? Now lately I don't see any lights turning on because they're all turned on. Really, literally. Before when I did the dry dock, it was like fucking a dark closet. So you'd see a light go on every once in a while. I swear to God. And it was quickly put out. Fast. But here, there's light, yes. I see it. Yeah. So I don't have that experience anymore, people's light going on, because the lights are on already. This is just, just pointing out the lights on, the lights on, the lights on, the lights on, the lights on. It has nothing to do with you. Nothing. You cannot turn it off, nor can you brighten it. It's like recognizing with great relief your own irrelevance, which is that's the biggest poison to selfing. It wants to be relevant. It wants to mean something. When you see that it's in its irrelevance is freedom, yeah?
What can work here is a negation of what seems to be happening. You start looking at what's happening, and then you see that it's not happening to you, yeah? And it's in that negation that when there's an absence of you, there's a presence. There's a sense of presence. The presence of what you would call you on one level. But that only comes when the you that's actively being promoted by the mental process is absent. And the whole point is, it's inherently absent. Because there isn't one, yeah? So it's inherently absent, so the presence is always available at all times. It doesn't seem to be so for many people, but the possibility is that it's always available at all times, because the absence of you is an absolute, really. There has never been a you. There never is going to be a you, you know? There's never been a structured you. So the feeling here is that you can have an experience of its absence, but there's very rarely the feeling of the state of its absence. Yeah? But when you have an experience of its absence, that's like a free sample of the state of its absence. Yeah? Because the feeling of your presence is an activity of mind. Selfing, yeah? The selfing, and then it leaps from the selfing to a self, yeah? There's a transfer at one point where there's the selfing, and then there's the feeling of the one who's selfing, yeah? Or the feeling of the one who's that the selfing's driving crazy. Like a lot of people share with me their understanding, and it's like, the selfing is really driving me crazy now. The feeling of being a you being driven crazy by the selfing is the product of the selfing. The selfing isn't driving you crazy. The feeling that there's a you being driven crazy is the product of the selfing. When there's not a clear seeing of what's happening, that's how it's interpreted. That's how what's happening is interpreted. It's happening to me. That's how it is. Yeah? It's just like very, very, every time there's a verb, it implies a noun to our conditional mind. Yeah? So when it sees seeing, it can't really entertain seeing. It has to feel there's a seer. When there's doing, there's got to be a doer. Someone's doing this, yeah? And if you can't pin it on you or someone else, you pin it on an abstract concept called God. God's doing it, or it's God's will. Somehow there's a noun that all the verbing is issuing forth from, yeah? On a small scale, my life, it's me. On a big scale, you could say it's God, yeah? But in a feeling of life, there's just a sense of everything is verbing. Yeah? So, yes, there is an action, but why is there the implied sense of an actor? That, I believe, is a leap. Yeah? Like, so Lord Buddha purported to have said, that events happen, deeds are done, but there's no individual doer thereof. Yeah? So, there is manifestation, obviously. Things are happening. But the story that they're happening to me or to you is a leap. Yeah? And so I would say the verb is noted, and then the mental process decides to describe the verbing with a noun in it. Yeah? And so now it tells a story about living as someone who's living.
Yeah, and all the people that have been living. And so the living itself gets unnoted, and now the emphasis is on the interpretation of the living, which is now been, nouns have been inserted everywhere. Yeah? So one of the first movements is when you were a kid, I'm sure there was no sense that you were seeing, there was just seeing, yeah? That's why if you see kids, like a dog, you know, we're at the beach and you throw a ball to a Labrador, you can throw it for 18 hours. Every time the Labrador runs after that ball, it's like the first time. It's not like, oh, I'm fucking bored of this, you know, I've done this 30 times, you know, let's do something else. Throw something else, you know. No, that dog will keep going, you know, until your arm falls off. And same thing with a little kid. If you hang out with a little kid and you hide and then go, woo, and the kid goes, ah! And you can do that 30, 40, 50 times, and it gets the same, it provokes the same response. But to adults, everyone gets bored, yeah? Because what really makes it boring isn't that it's been happening over and over again, it's been happening to you over and over again. The interpretation of the you, yeah? The kid doesn't have that. It's not happening to it. It's happening, and it's just, yeah. The dog, it's just happening. But for us, it's not just happening anymore. It's happening to me. And then when it's happening to me, every time something happens, it looks like the same old in some way or another. Yeah. So boredom starts arising. When you were a kid, I wasn't bored. Maybe when I got older, 6 and 7, 8, maybe. But when I was 2 to 4, I wasn't bored. Yeah. It was just. I mean, I remember when I was kindergarten and about right before kindergarten and into kindergarten, I played like 2.5 years with Wayne Griffith at this apple tree in my backyard, and we may have had 28 plastic soldiers together. And we just played every day. Hours, you know, just fascinating. You know, I mean, my mother would call us in, his mother would call to get eaten, and we'd come back out and do something else, you know. But it wasn't like, oh, faggot, just playing with these soldiers every day, you know. No, there was just like, because your imagination, your openness, your alertness in life was bringing the joy of it. But as soon as I know starts setting in, as soon as your head starts thinking, I know, first of all, it's the biggest deterrent to learning. When I'm working with anyone and they start saying, I know, I go, no, you don't know. Because if you knew, there would be an ease and comfort in your presentation. Right now, there's a huge contraction. You don't know. So the sense of I know. This has happened to me before. Yeah? I can't entertain it as something new because it seems to have been happened to me before. And the tarnish is off, basically. Yeah? There's no shine on it because it's already I've had this happen to me. I've gone here plenty of times. I've seen sunsets galore, you know, traveled all around the world. I slept with all these babes, whatever. I've fucking done everything. But in fact, there was never a you that was doing any of it. And that's where the joy is when there isn't a you that's doing it, then there's just the awareness of what's happening. Yeah? There's a real joy in that. There's a real lightness to that. I mean, the what's happening is happening, so there's nothing you need to do to add on to that. But the interpretation, yeah, the interpretation could be edited quite a lot. The emphasis on the interpretation, if you lose interest, and I found in my own life that when I entertained I wasn't this idea of Paul, I started to lose interest in all the things about Paul. Yeah. As long as I had that interest in Paul, no matter what Paul was doing, if he was giving something up, it was all about Paul. If he was doing something, it was all about Paul. If he abstained from doing something, it was all about Paul. You know, it didn't matter if I gave up possessions or had possessions. It really fucking didn't matter because Paul was right in there. But when I lost interest, when I started to see that life isn't about Paul, there was a freedom in Paul's absence. Yeah? I sensed that presence. Unfortunately, what happens with a lot of minds is the mind senses the absence of itself and then rises up as in the selfing and claims it and says, oh, I had this incredible spiritual experience yesterday. No, you didn't. You weren't anywhere near the scene of the crime. Yeah? It's just a narration which is always a day late, and it's always after the fact. But it actually will claim its own absence. I mean, that's a huge speed bump for selfing. When selfing runs into an epiphany, and there's a long stretch of quote-unquote time that it's absent, for it to cover that up is an amazing feat of persistence, yeah? For it to arise and have the balls to claim its own absence by saying, I, Paul, just had this incredible epiphany, is really staggering. Yeah? And for it to pull it off is unbelievable. Yeah? How it can reassert itself all the time. And I mean, it can have a very, very long period of absence, and yet it can still come up and reassert itself. If there's a belief, oh yeah, Paul had it. As soon as Paul had the epiphany, he's probably not going to have one for a while. It's going to have to be put on his little spiritual mantle, and they'll be thinking about it, and they'll actually use the absence of that, which had nothing to do with it, as a catalyst for suffering. Because now it'll have a mythical moment that it wasn't even in, and it will compare every other moment with it and find it lacking. Yeah? No, life is such a flat now since I came back from the epiphany. I've been working really hard to try to get back there. It seems really difficult. I can't seem to find my way. Of course you can. Because there isn't a way. Yeah? It's just your absence. And the absence is, like I said, very simple because it is inherently absent. It's not like you have to move something that's in the space. It's not there. That's the beauty of the message. It's actually an imaginary problem, the activity of selfing. Because the activity of selfing is manifesting, but what it implies is a little addition. The idea of being the one who's doing the selfing or having it done too. That has a possibility of not being so. Yeah? Why? Because it's not so. It's an amazing possibility when mind can entertain it. You may have a couple of experiences of its absent, but in that experience, it can expand into a state of realizing it has never been present. There was never a Paul to be absent. There's just absence of Paul. That's basically the state of mind. In the state of mind, there's a mental process that's selfing, that's catching some attention and interest to amplify it, and then there's a feeling, by being identified as this, there's a feeling of being a noun, yes? But if what illuminates that and lets it rise above what's actually going on is the interest and attention being wedded to it, the slavery of your interest and attention. And I found the interest and attention goes to whatever you believe you are. If you're taking yourself to be that, your interest and attention is going to light that up. It's going to illuminate it. It gives it its technicolor. It gives it its panavision. Yeah? It's actually the audience that's making the movie so good. The movie isn't that good at all. It's fucking old. It just goes over the same old, same old. It's constantly in a state of anxiety. It's going to lose what it has and not get what it wants, or someone else is going to get what it wants. Yeah. It's nothing's new. It just goes on and on and on and on. But it seems so juicy because it has the interest and attention of mind. Yeah. I found why it has it is because it's believed to be about me. If that me can be questioned, the interest and attention leaves that object, that false object, that noun, and now is able to be distributed to wherever it's going to go. Yeah, it becomes like free range interest and attention. Yeah, it's not enslaved to having everything be seen as pertaining to you all fucking day, which is that is a lot of work. To suck all this stuff into being about you is unbelievable. It's like being an incredible Hoover vacuum, you know, just sucking. Yeah, it's a bad deal all around. But the thing is, why its beautiful double clause, so to speak, is self can't get out of self. So if the root of it is identification as, and your mind is under that influence, then your wanting to get out of it is a form of being in it. See, that's the second little dairy thing that I wasn't being told about. People were talking about this and that, but I didn't see the second little lock, which is you're identified as a self, and self can't get out of self. So no matter how much you seek for the relief that seems to be an imperative, you're basically destined to fail because self can't get out of itself. So when I'm trying to get out of self is just another form of being in self. Let's say if you sign up for a 2-year class about studying about the obsession with self, that could be seen as obsession with self, yeah? While you're studying about getting out of self, that could be a form of being in self. And the more you study about getting out of self, it's actually the more you're in self. You can't be in self, but I mean the feeling, the interpretation of a life as being in self, that claustrophobic contraction, yeah? Which is always an imperative to seek relief. Yeah? You have a dominant desire to get out of what you think you're in, yes? You have a dominant push to get out of what you think you're in. The thing is, if you're not actually in it, then trying to get out of it would be being in it. Yeah?
It's also that it seems to me sometimes that we are addicted to our own pain and suffering. I mean, projected and so-called as it is. We kind of, even though seemingly we don't like it, we are fighting against it. But there is a deep down. There's like addiction to my own story, to my own drama, even though it's pain-producing and not very comfortable. But it's almost like you're addicted to your own...
But the same principle applies. It's not you that's addicted to it. But not, of course. It has to be seen. If it's just understood, it won't work. But you have to see it. In a sense, this is an absolute principle. There's no point where it gets conditional down the line. There is not a you. So when there's an addiction of mind to being special and it's suffering and pain, there's no you involved in that. The you is part of the addiction, the feeling of being a you, yeah? A part of an addiction is the you that's addicted. You have to see they're both interpreted, yeah? There's not a you that's addicted and the addiction's an interpretation. The you that's addicted is the interpretation. They're both sides of it. What I'm saying is, I wouldn't question what's happening to you so much, but to look at the you that it's happening to. Because if the you that it's happening to is really the primary addiction, because whatever you've ever been addicted to, it's been you addicted to it. So the primary addiction has addictions and gets over addictions and then has quote-unquote problems and gets relief from problems, but the inherent problem is acting out constantly because the mind is under the delusion of being a separate, long-lasting, independent entity. It's in a structure of its own making, and it's taking it to be organic. And so from this point of view, it looks like, and it's very hard not to have it look like, that things are happening to you. You're the one who's addicted. You're the one, there's part of me that really, is addicted to this pain. There's no part of you that's addicted to the pain. There's mind addicted to the pain. But there's never been a part of you that's ever been addicted to anything. The feeling that there's a part of me is the addiction. That's the primary addiction to selfing. Yeah? Everything else is trying to get relief from the primary addiction. That's why I did one of those YouTube's things. I said, everyone's recovering from something. So most addictions are actually the conditional mind's solution to an inherent problem of unease, which is being totally obsessed with self. And that obsession with self is an after product of the identification as self. The obsession with self wouldn't have so much flavor unless you thought it was about you. I swear to God. I do not feel the flavor of someone else's obsession with self when they share it to me. No matter how articulate they are, they can't shoot me up with how they feel about it. I can't get it. I'm sitting there, I go, yeah. But, it's not happening. There's your solution. But see, when what's not happening seems to be happening to me, it seems to be fucking happening. Yeah, that's it. But when something's happening to you, it may not seem to be happening to me. I have immunity to it. Why? Because it's not about me. So the me
is almost like has that the gravitational pull, and then things come and go. Yeah, but it doesn't matter if it has the pull of the moon or Mars. It's the pull that's the bondage. Yeah, it can have different planets come in and out, but the pull of the planet to revolve around you. The pull of these topics of life to constantly revolve around you, that's the bonding. It's not what addiction it is, it's the addictive quality. Yeah? It can switch. I've seen it in recovery. People stop drinking and then they start getting into porno or something, or then they shopaholics, which some people in this room are. And then you start suffering from, it's not suffering, but the mind's addictive. It's going, oh yeah. You sort of like, you filled one little groove, there's another groove. Because the urge isn't caused by the groove. The urge is the momentum to push into the groove. That urge, that's addicted to self. The mind's addiction to being a self. Being addicted to that, then there's a lot of consequences that needs relief. And so now, from here you move to the conditional idea of you, and so now you look outside yourself to get relief from the primary addiction, without any idea what the primary addiction is. Very rarely is it taken back to identification as self. Very rarely. It's always about something is bothering me. The me is very rarely questioned, but all the somethings that can bother me get questioned. And you become, and then everyone gets to be professors of knowledge about what bothers people. But what about the peopleness of it? What about the sense of being the individual entity? You don't see that is the cause. That's the pulsation. That's the pulsation. And it doesn't matter if it's clothed in white or in leather jackets and tattoos. It's still pulsing. Selfing, 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 selfing. And the feeling, the heartbeat of it's me, yes. These are my feelings. Let's say, like today, we did this the other day. Let's say I live in a house, and every day, like 300 books are delivered to my house. Yeah? 300 books. So the books come in, and every time the door rings, there's someone with a book, and I go, oh, that's my book, and I claim the book. So now I have 350 books. And what am I going to do with them? I got to build shelves, I got to get boxes, and the next day, 350 more. Next day, 350 more. And there's every day, 350 books come, and every time I meet a new book, there's a sense it's my book. Oh, this is my book, yeah? And so as soon as I take ownership, what do I have to do something seemingly about the book. Before, when it was a book, hey, it's a book, it's your book, who cares? Now it's my book. All right, so now I don't have a living room anymore. It's just full of boxes. I have books and shelves and trying to go on eBay and sell them. No one wants my books. You know what I mean? They got plenty of their own books. And so this is what's happening all day. You're having feelings, and the way they're entertained is it's you having the feeling. So every feeling gets claimed by the mental process. Every thought that you're aware of, with many of them you're not, but the ones that you're aware of are held as I'm the thinker of them, which is claiming the thoughts. Yeah? So now all those thoughts are your thoughts. Yeah? All the feelings that get produced by whatever stimuli the apparatus runs into is being claimed as your feelings. This is like all day life. All these things are moving to hopefully go through us, but when we meet them as this, we claim them. I'm the thinker of these thoughts. We can't even shit when we want, but the mind can't even shit when it wants. I mean, I was on trains to India, and the last thing I wanted to do was shit, and I had to shit. I mean, I had a dump, and I didn't want to go into that bathroom in the train. It was fucking unbelievable. But I had to go. But here, you're sitting here every day with things you can't even see, you can't even weigh them, thoughts, and you're in the relationship to them as the thinker of them. Yet you can't even control your bodily functions, and then a brain function that's much more subtle, you're thinking, you're claiming every one of the products of that system. These are my thoughts. These are my feelings. As soon as the my occurs, what happens? That feeling, the stimulation of that feeling is long gone, and now tons of meaning is put into it, and a story is written around it, yes? All as means to reflect the self. This is how a self has a life. It claims living. Yeah.
Every thought, every feeling, these are my opinions. They're very valuable because they're my opinions. Hey, you fucking stepped on my opinion. I don't like your opinion. And on and on. It goes on and on and on. And it never ends. You don't have one day that you just have 1,000 thoughts. They say 70,000 thoughts a day. Let's say you're aware of 1,000 thoughts. That's 7,000 thoughts a week. Yeah? That's like how many? 28,000 a month. That's 800,000 thoughts that you've claimed during this year. What have you done with them? You got to store them somewhere. You become like a storage unit. And when it gets overwhelming, you try to dump it on other people. But they're busily trying to dump their refuse on you, yeah? And everyone's dumping and dumping. It's like using nuclear energy and not knowing what to do with all the spent fuel. That's what's happening. Our ability to process life as a noun sucks. As a verb, you can go with life. You can see life is happening. As a noun, you see it as it's happening to you. That's claiming every fucking thing that happens. Yeah? It's overwhelming. You got it. What are you going to do? Disassociate, distract, get loaded, deny, watch TV, do something, because it just keeps coming. It is not, you never get a break. You go on a vacation, you're having every thought you have in there about where you live, in like New Jersey, you're claiming them. You go back to New Jersey, the thoughts you have in Hawaii, you're trying to claim them, make up a story. Yeah? Make up a memory to ease the pain of being in New Jersey. Claiming. What allows that activity to constantly happen is the idea of being a self. That's like, what part of the water of a river claims the rest of the river? What part of the water in the river claims the rest of the river? We're like a part of the water, but we stop and make an island and say, I'm a noun and I know this. This is a river. This is my river. This is my property. My, yeah? Unbelievable. As soon as that happens, all that stuff is, you've got to do something with it. You're totally overwhelmed. Process it. Instead of seeing life is happening, seeing like you're one element of water in this huge flush of water, you're now thinking it's all happening to you. Why is this water going by me so fast? Yeah? Why is it hitting them and not me? What, yeah? It's like we used to say, you put a rock in water, in like a stream, you put a rock there. As soon as you put a rock in the stream, the currents of the stream change. Because now, they've got to go around this rock, this noun, this object, yes? And then certain currents and eddies form around the rock. And then leaves that were rushing down the river get caught in this thing, and they start coagulating around the rock. And then shit starts building up around the rock. And then stagnancy can occur around the rock. So there's no more fluid movement. And now the leaf, and then you don't even see the reflective surface of the water. Now leaves are on it. You don't even see, there's no ability to reflect. It's been covered over by all the debris that's picked up around the rock. Now, is it the water's fault? Obviously not. It's the rock. If you took the rock out, the water would correct itself and just keep streaming. Yeah? This is like what's happening in life. Life is happening, but we put ourselves as a fixed reference, and now it's happening to us. And then, obviously, energy on a lot of levels, gross level like manifestation, shit happens to you, and other energies starts coagulating around you. And you bemoan this situation, and you don't want it to happen, but you're actually the cause of it, or the mind is, because it's taken the role of being this rock. The verb has to move around it, where before it would just move. Yeah? That's exactly what happens with thoughts and feelings. If you're not a noun, they move through you. They don't have to go around you. They don't revolve around you. There's no orbit set up. Yes? There's no gravitational pull. Things come and they go. A feeling is registered. You see the attempt of mind to claim it. You recognize that, and that's not you. The claiming goes, but it has no oomph, and it just gets all swept away in the movement of living. Manifesting, being, yes? It's a verb. It's a way to travel here. And it's called traveling lighter. It's very difficult to pull off barnacles from an object, yeah? But if you didn't have the object, the barnacles wouldn't be able to anchor. Yeah? But if you're creating the surface for something to attach itself to, and you start, then there's the story about bitching about what's attaching to the surface. You have to see the role that's being played. If you're not the surface, then the barnacles can't attach. They're super incredibly difficult to get off a surface, yeah, when they bond on. But without a surface, that ability to totally adhere isn't available. Mind is fluid. It's not a thing. Its quality is empty, yes? Its nature is empty, really, and its quality is to reflect. It's like the surface of that water. It reflects what's ever happening. When we become a noun and that water and those currents get stifled and stagnated, then all this shit that we can't process, all these old ideas and beliefs cover the surface, and now the mind can't reflect nothing anymore. It just reflects something all day. Yeah. It's called the claustrophobicness of selfing. Yeah? It's the loop of self-importance. Your mind, every time your attention goes out, it hits an object and goes back and hits another object. Instead of going through and through, it just hits bing, 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 everything I met. But one thing, it's always the one that meets. Bing, 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 bing. It gets 1 million hits. Millions of hits all day. Bing, 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 bing. Yeah? What would happen if that attention, because it is a mirror, awareness, and in this place it's almost, you could say it's a two-sided mirror. One side is attending to things, yes, yeah. The other attention goes back and unfortunately gets claimed by a seeming thing, but its nature is to go right through no-thingness, yes? So you have the flavor of no-thingness while there's the act of seeing things, yeah? You can travel lighter in this place because your attention is at that very renewable resource, yeah? Constantly going into emptiness. But if it hits a thing and goes to thing and hits a thing and goes to thing, this is what they call the loop of self-importance. It's like a noose. You have that sense of claustrophobia, a sense of dis-ease and discomfort, an imperative to seek relief. Yet you can't put your finger on what's causing it, that huge drive. But you can tell there must be a drive if there's tons of seeking. Yes? You may not be able to see what's happening, quote-unquote, inside, but if you're acting, looking, always looking, well, something is driving that seeking. There must be some belief or some sense of dis-ease that's causing you to be on the lookout for relief. Yeah? They don't go separately. One begets the other. Yeah? So if you have satisfaction, I'll tell you, a lot of your drives out here shift because they're built on the belief in dissatisfaction. If there's a sense of satisfaction, things chill out, or as my friend says, chillax. You just chillax, and it's not you chillaxing, it's just an effect of the mind coming out of that mental yogic posture of self. It's just one of the many effects that will be shown here in time. It has to translate here, which is a place of time, so you'll see the effects of what the mind's entertaining, just like you will live in the effects of what the mind was entertaining before. Yeah. It's always been mind. Like, look at this. Look at the space here. It's mind-boggling, isn't it? It's just incredible. It has so much oomph by not being seen. Because I really believe what mind's doing all the while we're looking at everything and thinking and all this supposedly, is seeing nothing. That's its nature, seeing nothing. All the time. And that seeing nothing is ever present when you're looking at something. It's always present. Because that's the inherent nature of mind, is seeing nothing. The beautiful thing is, it doesn't have anything to do with Michelle. Michelle could never do that. Michelle could never sense the seeing nothing while it was looking for something. But the solution is, Michelle doesn't need to ever do that. Yeah? It's just seeing there is no Michelle as it's taken to be, and then The qualities that are ever present become available, but not to you. They just become available, yeah? And you'll see them as they come out, yeah? It'll dawn on you as you're traveling. Hey, So any questions today? My feet got very warm up here, too. Yeah? So just the idea of non-duality is a negation, yes? When it says, like, in Buddhism, they would bring it into a triple negation. It's Buddha supposedly said it's not existence nor non-existence, yes? It's not being or non-being. It's not this nor that. So they negate both, yeah? So it's not self nor is it non-self. It's attempting to bring you to a land that's not a land, an unconceptual field, yeah? That's endlessly streaming. So that the mind can sense its own nature before being conceptualized and formatted, yeah? Because it's very difficult for it, as when it's already been conceptualized and formatted, to entertain it, yeah? Because when it's already been conceptualized and formatted, it will try to entertain it as a concept, as a self. And so it can never get back to its nature as a foreign nature, yeah? It's realizing it's not the foreign nature, and then its own nature will bleed through. You'll start sensing the qualities of mind. Not reading about them, you'll sense it. You'll sense it happening in your life. And that's a real incredible form of knowledge, because it's brought about by I don't know, and then you find out. And the finding out is very, very convincing. It can withstand the winds and the shit around this place, really. Yeah? It's a very, very convincing knowledge. It's like an unspoken yes, an anchor locks in. And then there's no turning back. Yeah.
So in a sense, it's as it sometimes put, realizing your own true nature, which is no thingness, and whatever name you want to give it, consciousness, awareness, emptiness of self. But sort of, once you get a sense of that, everything else, even though you're not trying to make sense of it, but everything else fits, it makes sense if you will. So it's that the fact that whoever I am, I'm not being, I'm not mental concept, nothing could be described or named. And the reason it's so hard to realize is because it assumes the form of whatever it sees or thinks about. Like my awareness or whatever I am, if I see you, it assumes the form of that. Whatever I see, if I concentrate on my thoughts, it assumes the form of that, so it can never have a look at itself, if you will, a sense of itself, really. And that's problems.
But it isn't really. If you really got that, that would liberate you. That it can't get a sense of itself.
How about having intimation of it?
Intimation of it. I like going the back door, though, that it's not about realizing your nature. It's by seeing what you're not, or telling the truth about this activity that implies a false nature, like putting the quality of life onto a body. Yeah, you know what I mean? I'm conscious as a body, when obviously consciousness is not of a thing. You know what I mean? When it's seen to be not this, that would be the recognition of my real nature. So I like to put it as, well, now I'm seeing what I'm not. That's what I am. See? It's the seeing of what I'm not. That's what I am. If I wasn't here, there wouldn't be any realization of what I was, because I'd be that old, yeah? But here, where there can be an identification as what you're not, you can have a realization of what you are by seeing what you're not, to my view. I don't believe you can have a realization of seeing what you are. Maybe some people can, but usually if you think you see what you are, it's been claimed by what you're not. So it sort of neuters that free sample. I like the back doorway where I see that I'm not that, and I get it the back doorway. Hey, I'm seeing what I'm not, and it's the seeing of what I'm not that I am. That's seeing. Not there's a seer, there's no seer, but the seeing of what I'm not is what I am. Or the seeing of what I am is the seeing of what I'm not. You can put it a lot of ways. But I'm trying to get a flavor, of course. Yeah? It's the seeing of what I'm not. There's no turning around to see what I am again. Because seeing what I'm not is what I am. Yeah? I am the absence of what I'm not. Yeah? And the inherent absence of what I'm not is an absolute, actually. So basically, the state is an absolute state of what you are by realizing the absolute state of your own absence. And it ensures that the absolute state of presence is available. Yeah? I like it that way. It works better that way.
It ends up being the same thing.
It's the same. But one way has a little bit of a detour where I've seen with myself and others where there's a claiming of the nature of quote-unquote your own nature by the activity of what you're not. And it sort of does a weird thing with it then. It sort of neuters it in a way. And then people start thinking they're awake and others aren't. And it creates an exclusionary thing. Like I'm something and you're not. And it's really weird to me. This is much cleaner. You know? Much cleaner. Yes, I'm not that. What?
You got it.
That's exactly. Well, it's essential for you to lose it because that's the way you felt like you got it, right? To feel like you got something, there's a sense of losing it. Yeah, it's always in the mix because it's a dualistic thing. But if it's not yours, there's like if I don't have something, I can't lose it. Yeah, it's such a beautiful back end run around the usual football. The positioning of the ball on the field of duality. You run it, it's like getting out the back way, which is you just see what you're not, and that's that. There's nothing because you don't turn around to see, oh, now I'm seeing what I am. No. You're the seeing of both. Yeah? Seeing what you're not and seeing what you am is the same seeing. Yeah? But to me it's clearer when I'm seeing what I'm not. You talked the other day too about you've heard the term non-duality, yes? Non-duality is a negation, yeah? So non-duality is not two. That's what it means. It doesn't have any real inherent meaning. It's not a thing, yeah? It's just a negation of an idea called duality. Yeah? The duality of perception and then the duality of subject-object. The duality, yeah? The way life seems to happen here is in a dualistic form. Primarily the subject-object dualism, and then the duality of the split mind, yeah? Of high-low, male-female, night-day, close-far, yes-no, yes? So non-duality means not two. Yeah? So it's not anything, it's just denying or negating. Yeah? It's negating the sense of duality. That's all it is. So when people say we're going to go to a non-duality meeting, there's no such thing as a non-duality meeting because it's a negation of duality. Yeah? It's not, after negation, it doesn't make a positive out of something. It doesn't say, okay, this is non-duality. There is no non-duality. There's just what is the statement is there's no duality. Yeah? You know what I mean? It's not two. But it doesn't infer that there's one. It just means that it's not two, and you leave it at that. Yeah? It's a way of looking at the structure of mind. How mind works here is obviously conceptually, yes? And all the conceptions have an opposite. Yeah? So you have a conception of love, and then there's the conception of hate. You have a conception of heaven, and there's the conception of hell. Yes? So you have the conception of self, and then there's a conception called non-self. But all non-self is that there's not self. It's not a thing in and of itself. It's just denying the thingness of one self. You know? So duality is looked at as not two. It's not like, but the mind wants to make it one. So in a sense, for me, it's more nothing without a first instead of one without a second. In a sense, to me, it's no thing without a first. Yeah, if you want to get into a dualistic construct, not one without a second. Yeah, so all is one. I don't see all as one. Yeah, there's just all is. Yeah. So it's a way of having your mind unbridled by the conceptual constraint that makes something out of everything, and especially nothing. So nothing, not two would almost in a sense signify nothing. Yeah? It's not two, it's nothing. So that nothing is exactly that, no thing. But when we entertain it in our conditional way of mind, it makes it into something, which is now I'm going to a non-duality meaning. As if non-duality is something. When it isn't something, it's nothing. Yeah? At best, it's a negation of something we're taking to be so, which is a way of looking, yeah? That's structured by a split mind, when the mind becomes not just subject, but subject-object. Yeah? From that subject-object, it geometrically progresses to things, yes? Yes, no, high, low, good, bad, this, that. Yeah? So. Like, the way mind, conditional mind thinks has a flavor. It's much different when it's unbridled to that form of thinking mind. Yeah? The mind unbridled to that way of thinking is fluid. It's very wide open. Yeah? It's not resting anywhere. It's totally, really, at all times, everywhere. Now the mind in this one mental stream of self-centeredness becomes an imaginary object that everything else is given direction from, yeah? So now I'm looking at life as it's happening to me. It's an incredibly skewed way of looking at life. Yeah? To look at life as if it's happening to you is you're missing a broad aspect of life when it gets vacuumed into this one point of view called it's happening to me, yeah? They're both mind. One is mind defined by a conditioning, yeah? And the other is mind undefined by the conditioning. Yeah? It's not like it's in a different condition, it's unconditioned. Yeah? Sort of, it's not like this structure and then there's a great spiritual structure. No, there's just structure, self-centeredness in the sense, a way of looking, and then unstructured mind, which is more like free-range mind, yeah? All and no things are possible. All's open. Yeah? This can leak into the conditional aspect of mind and produce an incredible influence on it. The conditional aspect of mind can never influence that aspect of mind. Yeah? Because the one conditional aspect is happening within the wider context of that mind, but has no effect on it whatsoever. That's why the solution is always available at all times, because the problem is imaginary. So the effects, no matter how real they may seem to me as an appearance, have no reality to the aspect of mind that I am. Yeah? None. When all is said and done, with all the huffing and puffing, it will be like nothing ever happened in that one aspect of mind. Because in that aspect of mind, the larger aspect of mind, nothing actually has happened. Yeah? It's in this aspect of mind that seems like a lot of things are happening. But we can't even hold on to what's happened. The best we can do is make memories of it, but even those memories can't conjure it back up. Yeah? And while the memories are being held, they just shift and morph. And you know what I mean? It's sort of like the picture you thought you captured of that event has changed dramatically. It's like its development stage it never becomes a solid picture. It just keeps developing in weird ways. When the little conditional mind wants to be right, it's a different memory. When it wants to be wrong, it's a different memory. Yeah? The mind uses it for whatever purpose it wants. To do what? I guess to reinforce and keep the story on going. But there's no way you can capture whatever happened because, in fact, it never actually happened. Yeah. That's why I love that it's an imaginary problem, because that's the only solution that could be, that could work. Yeah? If it was a real problem, it would be really hard to make it unreal. I swear, we tried it for drugs and alcohol and everything like that. I was trying to make what was unreal, unreal, and it made it as real as it could fucking be in my head. The more unreal I tried to make it, the realer it got. Yeah? I never saw the logic that was behind that I was giving it life by trying to extinguish it. I fucking couldn't, it went over my head. I just couldn't believe it when it dawned on me. It was a mind mother fucking event. I realized, Jesus, my approach of trying to get away from it gave it life. The farther I got away, the bigger the shadow. I was getting up. I mean, it was incredible. The more I ran, the bigger the shadow. And then the dawn, after years later, I've been watching it. So you really see that it's an imaginary problem given a quote-unquote seeming reality by you believing it. Yeah? By you giving it weight. It threatens you with that weight. You give it all the reality it has. You give it all the meaning it has. Yeah? To work under that preconditional condition of being identified as a self, it's just basically you're trying to get to a place in hell that's 1 degree cooler, really, or maybe you get a little hillside villa in hell, so you can see other people suffering worse and go, oh, doing much better than they are, whatever it may be, that somehow the mind gets to make something totally unbearable seem to be somewhat fucking okay. But as soon as there was the entertaining of it, I swear, I don't know what the fuck happened, but something really shifted. Just by a minor change of a calibration or something, the mind, one little click, it moved, and a big something, the emphasis of its intention shifted from this one little focus point of reference, the body and me, to a wider lens. And then it still saw the body and me, yeah? But it wasn't it's like when you're obsessed or identified as self, it's like you're looking at everything with a magnifying glass, yeah? But you don't realize the magnification is going this way. This is getting magnified, not what you're looking at. So let's say you're really studying those thoughts, yeah? The thoughts, it looks like you're really attending to that, but it really magnifies the you that's having the thoughts, yeah? So every time it claims anything, which that's its modus operandi, right? The conditional mind, identified here as a something, it gets all that relevance by claiming. First the body, yes, and then every one of the bodily functions and the brain functions. I'm the thinker, I'm the shitter, I'm this, I'm that, it's my life, I'm the doer of every action, I'm an island unto myself, it's all about my willpower, I could have been better if I really wanted to, and why don't I want to be better, I must be really evil and bad, all this fucking baloney, yes? But all the time, every time anything is claimed, and that intention and interest goes to that, it reflects a huge amount of an interest and attention back to the one who's the thinker, the one who's the doer, yeah? And that attention triggers all of these ideas you have. I remember when I got introduced to a guru, I was 19, I had never known anything about spirituality. I knew Catholicism, yes? Yet, when I met this guy, I had thousands and thousands of ideas and thoughts about how spirituality should be. How I should be, how the guru should be, how the followers should be. I mean, unbelievable. Thousands and thousands of judgments and rationalizations, yes? And so something that maybe could have had the possibility of being a really enjoyable, let's say, activity, became excruciatingly important, yeah? And then I, of course, was caught in that really funky formula that the Lord of the universe, I don't like the Lord of the universe. And that was sort of I must be fucking bad as hell not to like the Lord of the universe. It just was a weird, I couldn't get out of that Chinese, thumb torture. Yeah. He's the Lord of the universe. All these people said it. My girlfriend's totally devoted to him. Sees him, she runs up, jumps through fences to get there in front, and totally idolizes this guy. Tons of dosh, in his physical presence going through all these things. And I'm like, fucking, who is this jamoke? I don't feel anything from the guy. What does that make me? Fucking unbelievable. It was like throwing a giant bone to a big freaking dog. It just chewed it for 5 years. And I was that bone being chewed up. It was excruciating. I wanted to kill the guy. I swear to God. I wanted to hit him with like a time-delayed dart. Because he was in a motorcade. I was at this big festival in Orlando, Florida. I'd gone away for years, but I started still having those pangs of remorse of leaving the Lord of the universe. So I went back to the 7-day festival, and my only security was I had a vial of Coke. I had like a blue jean like overalls, and in one of those thinny pockets there, I had a vial of Coke, which was like my rosary. Every day I felt, this doesn't go my way, I can just do some Coke, And I was doing service and everything, and then he'd drive around the field every day in this open air convertible, and I sit there, I said, Jesus Christ, I gotta kill this, I gotta get out of here. And I said, if I hit him with a time-delayed dart, no one would see it. And 50 yards down the motorcade, he'd drop. And there'd be no way they could get it back to me. I'd be fucking scot-free. I wouldn't have to think about this shit anymore. Yeah? This was torture. It's unbelievable. How does that happen? How does someone who's never meant anything, yet when meeting it, has thousands and thousands of ideas about it? Yeah? That just go off like a popcorn maker, and it just continually goes off. There was a point in this life that I must have been, I don't know when I was, 6 or something. From that point on, the most dominant thing that was going on every time anything was going on was the story about what was going on in my head. My interested attention was so up the ass of self, it was like this had the loudest voice of anything. It was just, and it was like I couldn't, the smallest little move was dissected and analyzed and judged, and I was in like a courtroom constantly, and I was always being convicted of fucking something, and there was no possibility of even parole. You know what I mean? It was just it was hell, literally a mental realm of hell. Yeah. And I was talking to one of my guys today, and one of the greatest freedom is the absence of that. Like, in my day, I don't think I had many thoughts at all today. And the ones I had the volume was turned way down, and it's been fixed to that position. You know what I mean? It's sort of like an echo from a canyon or something. And yet, there's so much going on, and the going on was the joy of it. Just going on, going on, going on. No Howard Cosell narrating the game, and obviously I'm losing constantly, and it was my fault. I fucking threw the game. It wasn't that I made a mistake, I threw it. I'm evil somehow, you know what I mean? And I should be punished. That's just totally been as if it was never so. Why? Because it was never so. No matter how much enthrallment my mind had on that, it can't make it real. It can only appear real. That's why this solution is a solution, because the problem's imaginary. That's the only way it could be a valuable solution. The problem is imaginary. It's made up. Yeah? It's not the movie, it's the audience. My ability to be an incredible audience made that movie seem so fucking real. And it was so important. Whatever happened was always going to have some kind of reflection on me. Constantly. Yeah? This message, hearing it, that I may not be that, which my mind seems to be fixated on, was the charm. Because when I entertained it, that I may not be that, and there was was a suspicion that I wasn't that, the bonding agent that kept that slavery in place, the interest and attention, got dismissed. It didn't go anywhere else. It just got freed from that complete preoccupation with you. Yeah? Because it wasn't me. My interest and attention, I believe, it really has, it's like a homing device. Something about my energy, or this energy, has an imperative that it goes to whatever you believe is you. It's like the light never leaves that. The interest and attention, though maybe attending and being interested in things, but all those things are just reflecting its real interest in you. Yeah? And if it's a you that you're not, then all of its interest and attention is illuminating all the thoughts that reinforce that sense of you, all the feelings that have been interpreted to reinforce that sense of you. And so you're lighting up your own hell in a way. Your interest and attention is bringing it to life. And I couldn't see, with all the practices and all the shots, I couldn't get a relief from it, a long-term relief. No matter how much I meditated or did anything, I didn't produce a relief from it. It was always hovering around, because whatever I came in contact with as me, the me got most of the attention. Even if it was about a practice of not being me, it just fucking showered the me with attention. How am I doing not being me? Am I able to meditate longer than I used to? And that will be more of not me if I can do that. More and more, the more attention I put into what was supposed to free me, the more it was feeding the idea of being Paul. I had no idea what was happening. I had to figure it out. It was figured out after it was shifted. Yeah, I could not figure it out while it was gearing. Yeah, because there was in my sense, there was self, and self can't get out of self. No matter how far I went into the realm of the system of self, whatever fence I got to, I can never climb over the fence as self. The feeling of climbing over the fence, self would appear on the other side. There'd be another fence, and if I climb that over, and self can never escape from self. I can't get out of what I'm not in. Yeah. And if that's honestly seen, a relaxation comes over you. It really does, because your importance and your relevance and your significance and your incredible specialness to be the object of all your attention and interest is seen through. And your slavery is illuminated by interest and attention. Yes? And freedom is illuminated by interest and attention. When the interest and attention is freed from being enslaved to promoting you, illuminating all the things that reflect you, when it's freed from that, it illuminates and attends to what you could say is not you. Yeah? And what you would feel is the absence of you is actually the presence of you. Not as the mental idea of you being something as a body or in a body or having a body, but the absence of that is the presence. Yeah? There's no presence of what, it's just presence. Yes? It's not a quality of something, that's that. Yeah? It's like no thing doesn't have qualities of no thing. It's no thing. Yeah? The quality is no thing, and no thing is no thing. Yeah? So the head, its way of knowing things here, can't apply to that. That modality of head gets turned off somehow, and then the mind outside that modality picks up its own emanation in a way. There's an intimation of itself. not for you or as you or by you or to you. All those directions have been dismissed. So what would always seem to be a direction that you would play a role in looking, a place that you would play a role in getting to, all the directions of having to look a certain way or get to a certain place are dismissed, and the inevitability of its everywhereness comes over the mind. Yeah? All of those weird assumptions it had somewhat believed in or has a lot of belief in get dismissed. And then it gets pared down to that it's always so at all times. No matter what is appearing or what's not appearing, whatever appears and doesn't appear has no effect on that. Yeah? And to me, nothing here that's appearing as a thing can produce such a reliability. The greatest place to rest is on no thing, not things. Because things come and go. Yeah? The greatest place to rest is something you cannot possibly know. Everything you know will fail you, but what you possibly cannot know does not fail you. It's strange, eh? I thought if I knew something, I could rely on it. By knowing something is totally unreliable. Because every time I believe I know something, it's proven that I don't know something. But in the I don't know, man, there's a great security in it. And Sunday, Monday, Friday, 2008, 2013, there's no difference in this state. No matter how much the mind wants to cut it up and paste it into different times and places and seasons, all that is like putting scales on a naked snake. Yeah, this doesn't change anything. So the immediacy of the solution, the immediacy and the all access of the solution shows the true nature of the problem, that it's imaginary. Yeah? The solution, if entertained, you will have feelings and downloads of no time. It will take no time at all to sense this presence. So, if a problem was real, then you'd have to probably undo it a little bit, and that would take time. But when the immediacy of the solution demonstrates its timeless quality, you see that the problem is imaginary, because it takes absolutely no time to get out of it. Yeah? If it was real, it would take time to get out of it. Yeah? But it is not real, so there's no time to get out of it. And after a while, you get free samples, that gets intimated to the mind. Yeah? The timelessness of the solution. And it just has a very validating ring. And then you start by having the solution apply here a while, you get an intimation of its own nature by its effects here. Yeah? Let's say you had a 40-year story. 40 years. Let's say time was like a chalkboard that went a long, long way, and your life has been written by it, by the narration of your conditional mind, using the language that you know, English, let's say. Yeah? Yet you can have a free sample where that whole chalkboard seems to be erased, and it takes absolutely no time. Yeah? All the conditioning and all the knots that kept you as Michelle, some moments is totally, there's no bond at all to Michelle. Michelle is just, phew, and it took absolutely no time. Yeah? That's a demonstration of what has been accessed. The swiftness of its effect on the imaginary problem, it's like a cold knife just cutting, and it doesn't run into any resistance because there's nothing there. And there's a sense of, what? And maybe your mind had been hatching and cooking and sitting on this story like a mother hen on an egg for years, and yet, like that. Its effects are totally, there's a total blatant immunity to all of its effects. How effectual is it then? It's only effectual in the Petri dish it's appearing in time, in space, in duality. Yes? The solution is not of this place. That's why it's the solution. If it was of this place, it would actually inherently have the qualities of a problem. Yeah? You would apply it to what you thought the problem was, and then usually the solution becomes a bigger problem. It has a problemness of its own. Let's say you meditate 13 hours a day, then your knees are shot by the time you're 34 years old. Yeah? I hate to say this, but you ever see some people who practice Zen in this country? They look like papyrus. They're chalk white. They need to get out in the sun a little bit. It's just like... I know. If you're really not the body, it actually affects the body somewhat. It gives you a little bit of a juice. Not like you're dried up. Sorry, folks. I don't know. I hope I can get that little intimation across. Yeah? The mind wants to play middleman and middlewoman and turn it into an advantage it can have here, where the clarity of that message is, I'm not of here, yeah? And if held that way, it has a huge influence here. Not as an advantage for you, yeah? But a huge influence nonetheless. Listen to the clock, right? Total dualistic experience. Why isn't it just talk, 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 talk? Tick, tock, tick, tock. Breath. Left and right hemisphere of the brain. If you look at people, like we said the other day, look at people on TV, you think it's one face, but if you look, one eye's bigger than the other eye, one eye's droopy. It's like that guy from Batman, Two-Face. Everyone's, even their face that they're using every time they look at it to signify their unique, independent, separate entity, like unit. One unit has two halves. Sometimes if you took the face and blocked off, the one eye doesn't look at all like the other eye. One's droopy, this one's way up here, and yet there's seemingly one face talking to you, representing one person, yet you can see the splitness of everything right there on the face. How can you believe it? Let me look at me. Whoa! All right. Whoa. Which one is me? Check it out next time. It blows my mind. Look at TV. Look at it. Look at news people and stuff. Look at their face and just try to separate one and just see. Sometimes it's so different shape. It's like they took two different faces and stuck it together with a seamless little thing here. Yeah? You have to see what's happening here. It's unbelievable. The mind, in that conditionality, has to dream this way. And if I'm the subject, then subjectness has to become an object. It cannot be held any other way. If you're taking yourself to be the subject, it casts subjectivity as an object. So maybe you call it truth or awareness, but it's really made into a thing, yeah? Like awareness. Like where the fuck is awareness? Awareness or consciousness. What the hell does that mean? consciousness. Yeah. All right, show it to me. Where is it? Yeah. I'm studying consciousness. Oh, yeah. Can I study with you? No. Get away. It's on the table here. Oh, let me look. And wow, it's consciousness. I didn't know it could be so unconscious. Oh, yeah. So you, subject, makes everything an object. How are you going to know the truth? The truth is you're not the subject as an object. You're subjectivity, but you're not the subject as an object. Yeah? So the subjectivity has been claimed, made into a verb the object's doing, and now you think you're conscious. You think you're aware. And if you believe that you're aware, you'll believe you're unaware. And I would imagine most of your story about your life will be that you've been unaware when you really needed to be aware. I wouldn't have married that person if I was really awake that day. Fuck, look at what happened now. I'm stuck in this thing for 30 years. If I should have meditated that morning. It's up to me to be aware. Yeah. As soon as what's so becomes a verb you're doing, it can seemingly be not so. Yeah? Yeah. I mean, what spirituality is searching for something that the mind has made not so. If you're not identified with that mind that made it not so, it's always so. I mean, and it doesn't take time for that to dawn on you. Yeah? It takes time to dawn on you as a you, and so it'll be really difficult to convince the you that it's not so, yeah? That it could possibly be so, because if it's always so, then what arises in it is guilt for not being that which is always so. That's why it loves to seek it, because it gets away from the guilt that's so unbearable to entertain that I am that, and yet I don't want to entertain it. The mind really, that's the whole root of the Course in Miracles, is the inherent guilt of believing you separated yourself from God. Yeah. Everything else here is just acting that out, trying to blame others and dump it on your idea of you and everything like that. You're just trying to get rid of this guilt of thinking, wow, everything could be beautiful, but my experience is it isn't. And from self-centeredness, the only way you can translate what could be beautiful and it isn't is that you had something to do with it. You cannot escape it. The mind cannot escape its own conditioning. Yeah? If there's self-centeredness, and you have the idea, or you listen to people, oh, it's all love and the eternal light, and then you look at fucking what's happening at your own house, or people taking, fucking up with other people. There's like, what is it, cognitive dissonance, I think it's called? It just doesn't match. So somehow, it not matching, you have to have a role in it, because you're God, really. You're the big enchilada in your story. So therefore, you must have had something to do with it not being beautiful. And if it's based on the whole world and the whole civilization and every person you've ever heard about, that it's because of you that people... You're not going to be traveling light here. Not with that guilt. And you can't get out of it by the system, because self-centeredness, in a sense, is like self-replicating. It will always be turned back on you, because that's how the mind's seeing everything, how it pertains to you. There's no escape. You can have the most sublime philosophical mojo hojo, but in your gut area, you're going to believe you had something to do with it. There is a solution. That's the great news. Yeah. Someone was with us the other day and presenting the way of looking at it as, knowing what I am. Yeah? If I can truly entertain what I am, yeah, doesn't work with me. I like to realize what I'm not. Yeah. If I can see what I'm not as what I'm not, that seeing is what I am. Yeah? And it's so beautiful because then the seeing is constantly getting reinforced because you're always seeing what you're not. Yeah? So at that point, the experience called living here is your living scripture, because every perception, every sound, every taste, every thought, every feeling is of what I'm not. Yeah? So the seeing, which is what brings me the thought and the feelings, yes, is seeing. The seeing of all that, the seeing of all that I'm not is what I am. So by my seeing what I'm not, I am in the constant verification of what I am. Yeah. Now, Paul could not say a mantra that many times during a day. Every second of the day, you'd have to be saying a mantra to get somewhat of an effect like that. But all day, you're seeing. All day that you have a day, you're somewhat conscious. So therefore, there's always a seeing of what I'm not. And that seeing of what I'm not is what I am. Yeah? The seeing of what I'm not. So right now, by seeing Deb, it's verifying what I'm not. Yeah? and the way I can see you from that is beautiful. It's a beautiful way to see people. It really is. I can't see you as what you are. I can't. People say sometimes they can. Maybe they can. I don't see that. I think the perceptual rules of the body stay basically those perceptual rules. The way my conscious vision, conditional vision is, I see things. I don't see no thing. I see things when I'm looking. When I'm looking, I see you, a body, and I see a chair. Yeah? I don't believe that format of the apparatus changes, really. But while that's going on, if there can be that understanding that what I'm seeing, yeah, is what I'm not. In other words, I am what I'm not seeing. Yeah, I am, let's say, no thingness, because all I am seeing is things. Yeah, the seeing of things intimates what I am. No thingness, yeah? Because I can't know it, yeah? I gotta know it through the back way. I gotta know it by realizing I'm not that. Because I can't ever see it and go, hey, I'm that, because I am that. I can't get to the experience or the position to see it, yeah? I can't get into the position where I get introduced to it or meet it. I can't twist it to a point where I'm solidly outside and it's somewhere else, and I go, oh, I've seen my authentic self. I don't believe that's a possibility here. But I can all day see what I'm not. And in that seeing what I'm not, it's translated in my life as that's what I am. Is that seeing nothing. Yeah? So all the world is looking, there's a blanket seeing nothing. Yeah? Looking at something is broken up into a time. Yeah? Time. It takes me time to see. Yeah? But seeing nothing is timeless. So the timelessness is like the weather front, and this is all the daily, like clouds, sun, this and that, looking at some things. But the seeing nothing has got the largest effect. Yeah? Because interest and attention has been removed from a thing, which frees you from the slavery of looking at things all day, and you can sense the seeing nothing while there's the looking at things. Yeah. It's like mind is being reminded of its own quality. Maybe it'll take you hundreds of repetitions, maybe one invitation, one message. Yeah? But once it gets the idea, hey, I'm not that, then it opens up to the sense of being what it is. For me, the emphasis on presence is that little activity of mind getting more interested in what it is, which is the presence of this absence. Yeah? Where before, the same interest and attention was totally engaged in this presence, which caused its own nature to be absent to it. Yeah. It's just shifted. That's all. And you don't lose out being absent. You actually gain. I mean, you're a giant interface for tons of experiences. Yeah. The body. It's like, the party was really great until you get there. This is like that. The party is right, always right where you are, but when you arrive, it sucks. But the fact is, you've never left the party, so there's no need for you to arrive. There's no need for you to get into the moment. There's just a recognition you can't be out of the moment. That's how it works with me, yeah? The mind has gotten to the point, it cannot possibly entertain that it could ever be out of this moment. And that's its surrender to being in the moment. Yeah? Because there's no possibility it could ever be out of the moment. So all of its trying to get into the moment would verify the belief of being out of it has been, it can't be out of it, so that's how it's really in. Yeah? If you believe you can be out of the moment, then it's going to be up to your head playing God if you're in or out. Yeah? And it'll tell you, oh, you're in and you're out. It's like, and it has it doesn't have any qualifications to be an authority. And yet you take it to be an authority. Oh, I better go home and read this. I feel really out of it today. I really feel in it today. If you saw the video of the day, you look just as much in today as you did yesterday, bro. No, I was really out of it yesterday. Wait a minute, let's look at that tape again. Roll that tape. No, it looks like you're in it. No, I was really out of it. You don't understand. I was totally gone yesterday. No. I don't care what you say. I was out of it. Okay, go ahead. If you like it that way, go ahead. What next happens? I got to get back in. Or the worst is that you take the blame for why you're out of it. Then you get exiled to what's called out of it up in your mental realm. Your mind gets totally invested in that story that you're out of it, and it builds an identity about being someone that's always out of the moment. It's fucking incredible. Totally made up from top to bottom. Yeah? You've even given up the hope of ever getting back in a moment. You're just adamantly just resigned to being out of the moment all the time. Yeah? It's incredible, isn't it? Fuck. How can you have freedom from an imaginary bondage? You cannot fucking have it. You'll have experiences of what you call free, but you'll always be bound over and over again. Yeah? The real solution, like a lot of people say, is to realize there was never anyone to be bound. Therefore, there's no need to be liberated. You don't have any need to be liberated. Yes? It works. I like it that way. Because it doesn't take... Getting in the front door, it produces too much confusion for me. Because I don't care how much I hear about the truth, it's me hearing about the truth. As soon as I hear about the truth become a thing, yeah? And I'll think I know the truth a lot of times, but then I won't know the truth a lot of times. But if I go the back way, I'm not that which thinks it needs to know the truth. That's the truth to me, is that I'm not that. Yeah? And then that just becomes, it gets revealed more and more by a method called finding out from the state of I don't know. The state of I don't know sets you right up to find out. And you will find out. Things will download and there will be knowledge will be transmitted from that to this place. And you'll start seeing it take fruit here. Yeah? Almost like a wave will be produced. And then over a couple of months of time, you'll see that wave slowly build and then crash on your shore of manifestation. And then you'll see the sense of why it came from. And then another wave will kick in and more downloads. Yeah? And you'll start intimating that which cannot be seen, heard, felt, tasted, touched, or thought of. You'll start intimating its presence. You'll see its movement like a wind. You never can see the wind, but you see its effects on leaves, yeah? So you get a sense of the wind by what it's affecting as it's blowing through. Similar way for me, yeah? You get an intimation of something that can't be seen by its influence here. You can see someone who seemingly was all lost forever and now has been redeemed. The impossibility of someone's life that was going like this and then not even having a crash and go up again. It defies all laws of physics. It's people in recovery. You can see the dualistic painting of a manifested world of someone who's a down and out addict and then becoming recovered. Yeah? I mean, what an extreme transformation. From one end of the social spectrum, totally fucked up and living at soup kitchens and everything, to another, having a family and responsible this and that. Yeah? But if there's an identification as that arc may not be able to fully, because there'll be a resistance because it wants to know, I'm fucked. I never deserve anything, this is that, yes? In the same way, if it arrives here and identifies as that, it has the potential to go back. You can't get out of the swing, yeah? If you identify with one teeter, the natada becomes relevant, yes? It's got to be a sense of, I'm not that, nor that, yes? I am not Paul now because it's going well. You know what I mean? This is the real Paul. No, there isn't any real Paul. Yeah? This is what I've been waiting for. The authentic Paul finally showed up, and everything got great. Again, you would be relevant. You would be the fucking God of your story once again. See, everything was terrible until my authentic Paul came to the rescue. All the false Pauls, yes, they're all gone. Now, the authentic Paul, let me help you. Let me help you. No. I was not one nor the other. Yeah? All we are like bugles being played. Yeah? All we are instruments of expression. Yeah? There's no name on the trumpet. It's just what's blowing through it. Yeah? If I'm taken over by alcoholism, a certain life is going to be expressed. If I'm taken over by something other than alcoholism, you want to call it grace or whatever, then that same trumpet can play a beautiful ballad, yeah? So, you've all been introduced to the idea. Some have been with very cool people. It's all inevitable. It's just going to keep seeping through and dying everything that needs to be died out, yeah? And there's no rush, because when it's always so-ness will dawn on you sooner or later, and whenever it does, it will be like it never was any other way before. It wasn't like you've been waiting for anything or longing for anything. All that goes totally out the window. Yeah? It's like all the idea of your relevance to this message is gone, because you weren't delaying it. It was just, this is an expression translated in time. Yes? What's expressing itself is timeless. Whenever it dawns on you is the timelessness of the event. All the time that seemed to have been held by memory that was coming before that is shown to be pointless. It had no meaning whatsoever. Your relevance, you have not kept yourself from this, nor are you moving yourself towards it. When it dawns and really dawns, it's like there was no time that it never had not dawned. Yeah? All the story of you lost in the woods or whatever, lost in the wilderness is just it's all selfing on a fucking grand scale. Yeah? Just constantly tooting your own horn of relevance. Like you kept yourself from somewhere. If I would have only listened when they gave the secret handshake that night. What was I doing? Probably something selfish. Usually sex, maybe. Sex is what kept me. You know, we watch all the horror movies. The teenagers always get killed just when they're having sex or before. You know what I mean? What conditioning? Yeah, you're going to have some fun. I can't believe this shit in this place. I mean, the things that seem so natural, they turn it into such artificiality. You know? You don't even know what... You're constantly looking to get permission to do what something's just drawing you to do. I think constantly about it. It's incredible. You know what I mean? Shit. It's like, maybe you have to take a shit, and maybe you sit down, and maybe the event takes like 30 seconds. But then you add 40 minutes of why you should be taking the shit. I shouldn't shit. So, I mean, everything. Walk in a room. Who's in the room? Did they see me? Oh, is my zipper down and my pants too short? Oh, someone I really wanted to be here isn't here. Like, how unusual. The one person I really wanted to meet tonight isn't here. I always want something I don't have. Why is that? And exactly, there's things I want so much when I don't have them. When I have them, I don't seem to want them. Wait a minute, that seems like how does that go over our head? How does that little mental activity go over our head? You really want what you don't have a lot of time. And then you have the same thing that you've been wanting like crazy, and you're bored of it in a couple of days. How do we forget and jump on the same horse again? And so, get to the mythical there, from here, suck, there. When I get there, it's going to be the greatest here, no, there. Then we get there, it turns into here, there, next oasis, spirituality, all of it. It's the same format. It's the same pattern, just done in different formats. Like different game boards. The same game, Monopoly, Risk, all that, but at different boards. I'm on the noble board of spirituality. Yes. It's got so much meaning. Not Monopoly, that's money and power, but it's spirituality. Yes. My pace is slow. Let me get to the next retreat. But you're at this one. No, I know. I'm planning for the next one. Because I know, conceptually, this has been so good for me, even though I haven't been here most of the time. I kind of go for a month. Yes. All I keep thinking about is the next retreat. And then what happens? You go to the next retreat, just a longer one. All right, go to the long one. And they're going to mix Tantra. Now they're incredible. Now they mix every fucking possible thing. Let's have macrobiotic cooking classes, some tantric sex, meditate, walk, get massaged, some therapy. Fuck, Jesus Christ. Nothing seems to work. It's just, we can't break this fucking egg. We tried everything. Eastern, Western, fucking, the Pleiadian book, Urantia, fucking bring them from other constellations, it still doesn't work. All we can pray for is the mothership. If they take us away, but wherever we're going to bring ourselves. So I say, you drop an alcoholic into heaven, it'll be hell in a day. It's not what I thought it was going to be. It's so crazy, man. What? Yeah. Let me do a resentment over heaven. Fucking heaven. You really let me down. I like to talk to God. Where is he? Fucking resent him too. And the angels, they suck also. I should have stayed with Satan. At least I was having more fun with Satan. Who convinced me to come up here? I don't look good in white. Black, yeah. I can have the soul patch down there or something. The one thing we don't usually receive is nothing. Be a nice way to go. See what happens with nothing. Yeah? If you could really receive nothing, it's really something, Yeah. And you can just receive it. And you'll see all your considerations and requirements and all your conditional beliefs will come up. Yet they will have no in this light outshines the phantom, you know. In darkness, the phantom seems to have light, yeah. But in this light, you see the phantom of all these old ideas and requirements and considerations. All these made-up blocks, yeah, to make freedom into a form of bondage. Sorry, you missed an incredibly juicy part. But only the private viewers can have it. That's right. You have to subscribe to this by coming here. God forbid. Take a chance and come live. Yeah. No. But you see, in a sense, how much weight we give to thingness. Yeah? Let's give it that same weight, but to another calibration of no thingness, and call the awareness, yes, as no thingness. Not of no thingness, as no thingness, that awareness as a huge body, with no parameters, no definitions, no beginning or end, yes? And yet, all the value of things just pales in comparison to it as no thing, and yet it allows all the things to appear in and of itself. Why? Because it's not a thing. There's no conflict in anything with it because it's not of thingness. It's no thingness. So it allows everything to appear in it. And there's no conflict between thing and thing because its quality is not of thing. So it has to be the mother and father of all things. No thing could beget all other things. It has to be no thing, not no thing. Yeah? Not one thing could beget all other things. No thing is the begetter of all things. It allows everything to appear. So if the eyes could see, it has more substance than anything. The heaviest mountain or the tallest building and all the weight it would have, this has more weight to it than any of that which appears in it. Yeah. If the eye would just be recalibrated back to another way of seeing, which is its innate way of seeing nothing. Yeah. So it's like the biggest enchilada that has no filling, in a sense. Where are all the filling of the enchilada? Where are all the beans and the sour cream and the rice? Yeah. And, of course, all our connections produce the gas of this fucking narrative. When that burrito's eaten, this is what we hear. That's what happens. All the yapping up here is like mind gas. It's like a giant mind fart. Just. But in that space, yes. Why is this seen as nothing? It's an amazing judgment already in place. We never came up with that idea. The formatted version of an action figure doesn't see nothing. It sees things. Yeah? So obvious from its basic modus operandi, things have value, no thing doesn't. Yeah? Yet no thing's value outweighs. You could have the largest mass of quantity of some things in this world, and no thing brings much more value than all the somethings that have ever been acquired. If you want to call experiences somethings, all the somethings that you as a body have acquired, all the thoughts you've claimed, all the feelings you thought you had, all the experiences that you call yours, all the time that you call your time, all of that cannot even get close to the value of no thing. You can collect as much something as you want, and it's nothing compared to no thing. Yeah. My friend and I were talking today about, the story of an action figure, and let's say mind is dreaming. Yeah. Let's just say mind's dreaming, and the mind, while it's dreaming, for the dream to appear and take shape and to move as it does, there must be impressions of that mind. Yes? Sort of like panes of glass in a kaleidoscope. there's certain impressions. In Hinduism, they call them, some of them samskaras, deep mental grooves, yeah? And these impressions of mind have the chance to express in manifestation, yeah? So mind, let's say, has these impressions, yeah? And it takes this apparatus as like a doorway or an interface to manifestation, yes? For those impressions to express, yeah? So let's say the stock impression of the mind as dreaming here would be self-centeredness, yes? The mind, inherently empty, has become identified as a thing, yeah? So in that, this is just made up too, I'm just talking, you know? Don't take it, has no validity whatsoever. It's just a way of conveying a sense. You know? That's all this always is just a conveying of a sense, yes? An intimation, a little tickle or a catalyst. It has no relevance whatsoever. Everything said, obviously, doesn't have a speck of truth in it. But today, like sometimes downloads occur, and makes sense, you know, in an insane sort of way. So here is this possibilities, yes, lots of possibilities, and yet one of the possibilities, a very strong mental groove, is self-centeredness. Yeah. So the mind has dreamt a story, and the story's basic premise is there is a self, a long-lasting, independent, separate entity. Yeah. And that self is the doer and the haver here. It's the mover and the shaker. Yeah. And yet there's also something called life that is happening to the self. So there's a dualistic expression. Yeah. There's you as the subject, and then tons of things, in some points of view, conspiring to fuck with you in a way. Yeah. So life is happening to you. So there's the impression, and now it's expressing. Yeah. So a deep, deep mental groove is self-centeredness. Now, as some of us have experienced another very deep mental groove called alcoholism, which is another form, right, within the larger form of self-centeredness. So self-centeredness, let's say, produces an unease and a discomfort because there is a huge shift from mind, and then mind identified as a thing. It's sort of like, in a way you could paint a picture that it's 800,000 times worse than a bird that's flown all its life to be caged. Yeah? I mean, never to have a chance to fly again. There's a lot of, as soon as the mind identifies as a thing, a lot of mindness gets sort of forgotten, and now you're living in a very small spectrum of mind. Yeah? And so let's say that same mind manifests or appears through an animal, and that animal has a consciousness called animal consciousness. So let's say dogs have an incredible sense of smell where we don't, yeah? They get more information through their nose than anything else. That's why I like to sniff asses and stuff, because they know everything about that other dog by smelling its ass. You know what I mean? So, yeah, and then there's plant consciousness and stuff like that. And then, like plant consciousness, humans can take some plant consciousness, eat some psilocybin or some ayahuasca or some peyote, and have that influence of the plant consciousness in their human spectrum. And sometimes it can be terrifying, but other times it can be very illuminating, yeah? Because their little spectrum of seeing things in a certain way gets blown out of the water, and they see things in a whole totally different way in maybe like a 2-hour time. And not over years where it could adapt to it, but like they've taken something and then an hour and a half later they're just, you know, yeah. So let's just say there's all these forms of impression. And then they're finding expression in manifestation, yes? All the while, in the first impression, the self-centeredness, everything that manifests through this will be claimed, yeah? Every feeling, every thought, everything that has found manifestation through this apparatus will be claimed by the mind identified as the apparatus. So instead of just seeing thoughts, there's the feeling I'm the thinker of them, which is totally different than seeing a thought. Yeah? Feelings, having feelings, or having my feelings, huge. I mean, how many feelings have you had? Yeah? How many feelings has the mind sensed that it was the one who had every one of those feelings? That's a whole lot of feelings to collect. And how many thoughts? They say 70,000 thoughts a day. Maybe you're aware of a couple, 1,000 or so in the screen. To have every one of them claimed as yours or about you is an incredible act of hoarding in a sense. And everything like here in the world, whatever you own owns you. Well, I'll tell you something. If you own the thoughts, they own you. You can't seem to break away from them because they're your thoughts. It's sort of like leaving a kid. If the kid was a pain in the ass and it wasn't yours, you'd leave it right away. But now because it's yours, you've got to live with it for 20-something years till you can kick them out of the house. Yeah. It shifts everything. So here we are in one impression, which is called self-centeredness, which is its major movement is to claim everything, and it takes itself to be the subject of life as an object. Yeah. So something that I can see is a thing. Yes. So this thing that you're seeing is claimed to be the seer. Yeah? Which is an incredible leap. Yeah? There's seeing, but how it sees it is a form of looking, because the seeing is claimed as you're the seer. Instead of just the incredible feeling of fluidity in life, or what I like to call traveling lighter, is when the seeing is not claimed, it's seeing. Seeing. I would say that's what we are, is the seeing of what's manifesting. We're not the seer of manifestation, but we're the seeing of manifestation. Yeah? It sounds like it's semantically a very little different, but it's huge. Yeah? If the seeing is forgotten and the seer is emphasized, that seer is actually in a form of looking, and that looking, every thought that you're aware of becomes your thought. Yeah? Every feeling that you've had becomes your feeling. Yeah? And so every time you claim another feeling now, all it refers to is a past claiming of some fucking feeling. Yeah? So in a sense, you end up reliving everything, rehashing everything, resenting, which means to refeel, and rethinking everything. Yeah? Over and over again. And the more and more claiming, the more and more your life is like a storage unit. Instead of like something where something moves through and like plays a note, yeah, like a wind going through a chime, it's now every time the wind goes through the chime, you claim it as being the one who made the wind. It's like a kid who cuts a fart, in class, and they've claimed it. They know they've cut the fart, but they want to deny it. Yeah, this is like that. You're stuck with a really stinky smell in your life. Really stinky smell. You got to make excuses for it, rationalize it, blame others, like you used to do when you cut a fart. You blame everyone else to try to throw it off you. Hey, Jimmy, cut that fart. I swear I know you cut it, but you know you cut it. So, what happens with that impression, self-centeredness, for some, mostly all, it produces an irritability, restlessness, and discontent. Others are more capable of denying that and, let's say, disassociating from it and maybe build a life around that little bit of inconvenience. Yeah? Others can't. It becomes such an imperative, they fall into the next deep mental groove, which is addiction. So they try to find some relief to the original disease, which is self-centeredness, and that solution becomes a huge problem. Yeah? So the solution that the mind came up with is actually a problem in disguise. It doesn't take away the self-centeredness, it masks it for a while only to compound it. And then it also sets off and creates its own consequences. In not only feeling irritable and restlessness and discontent, you're now being made to feel irritable, restlessness, and discontent in some bureaucratic situation like jail or going to court or having to take your urinalysis every week or whatever. Yeah. Then the irritability, restlessness, and discontentment is now manifesting. Yeah? Oh, it's incredible. It starts having a life of its own because the floodgates have been opened. You're attempting to get relief from an effect of a cause that you're not seeing. Yeah? No matter how much relief you get for an effect, it doesn't change the cause of that effect. Yeah? It actually reinforces the cause. And the cause, instead of maybe going out this way into alcoholism, will now go out into porno or into shopping or into somehow. It's got to seek relief because the unbearability of mind being identified with what it's not has to be dealt with. Yeah? So no matter how great you think you have it, the mind is still seeking, still looking, because the solution hasn't occurred. And you can know that because when the solution occurs, a lot of things shift. And then you see, that's why they weren't shifting. Because in my life, in a sense, there was something lacking that was causing all the dissatisfaction. Yeah? The lacking was satisfaction. As soon as there was a satisfaction came over me, all the seeking for satisfaction shifted dramatically. Or just like the pursuit of happiness became like a stroll. Because there's no need to pursue happiness anymore, because happiness is more of a state than anything you acquire or get. Yeah? So something shifts dramatically, and then you know the problem by the solution. So in the absence of self, and I'm telling you, the absence of self is a fact. It's not a condition that comes after the presence of self. There is no presence of self. It's an appearance. Yeah? That's why this is a solution, because the problem is imaginary. That's all it is. So it's in the absence of self, which is inherently the case. When that's seen or entertained, then you sense the presence of mind. Mind, yes? Not conditional mind, but an aspect of mind that hasn't been put into this expression of this deep mental groove, yeah? It's mind more from the context. And now that context is leaking into the content, and now the content isn't blocking out the context. Yeah? The portal has opened, and now the text is leaking into the content, and it's changing how you perceive things. It's changing everything about you, and most importantly, it shows you there isn't a you. All the information of finding out about you distills into one revelation. I'm not that. And as soon as there's an entertaining, even at these meetings, when there's a starting to entertain, I'm not that, what can now get freed is your attention and interest, and that attention and interest glued to you is the bonding agent. It's the adhesion. Yeah? It's your interest and attention is what's causing false evidence to appear real. Yeah. You have to see what happens there. For false evidence, like the acronym for fear, one of the many in AA, in recovery, false evidence appearing real. How could false evidence ever be real? It can't. It's false. But it can appear real. To everyone here? No. To you. Yeah? So, the mind plays a huge role in something that's false appearing real. The mind has a quality we call faith. Yeah? But most people believe they have to acquire faith. To me, it's just a change of vehicle. I feel like everyone in this room has tons of faith. Most people have faith in a failed thought system called self. Yeah? And in recovery, it says it. It says, it presents a beautiful question. Why are you in so much fear? And he doesn't let you answer that, because you'd write tons of fucking stories why. He says, isn't it because self-reliance has failed you? He's just called the shot. He just said basically, all the different forms of anxiety and fear, all of them are rooted in one cause. Mind relying on self. How do you rely on self? You can't rely on self farther than being identified as it. That is an extreme reliance. That's past reliance. It's devotion. It's like being a zealot. It's like being a fanatic. Yeah? I mean, I've seen movies where the lady gets really flipped out about a starlet and starts wearing the same clothes and going to the same places and trying to date the same people, and then she gets so jealous she starts killing the people, and then she wants to kill the starlet and basically become the starlet, yeah? So that obsession, you think, wow, that is really crazy, that she wants to become the starlet, that has gone that far. But I mean, I was addicted to coke, but I never thought I was cocaine, ever. There was always a line drawn. I never became coke. I never slept in a bindle. I never became cocaine. You know what I mean? It just was like, but here, we're starting from that in supreme, extreme reliance. We're starting out of identification. We don't even know how far the obsession's gone because it's crossed the line where we're identified with an object. We're not the obsession over it is just to reinforce the identification. And so, if you're identified, you can't rely on something more than that than to take it to be you. I mean, seriously, that's an extreme reliance, yeah? So, self-reliance, which is, all right, the highest form or the most extreme form of self-reliance would be identification as self, yes, is the producer of all anxiety. There you go. You've just been diagnosed. It's just, if you read it and your own livingness infuses it with revelation, yes, the book is just a living book, but your mind will infuse it with revelation. When you see that revelation, Jesus, then you hear everyone talking about fear, and they're really into getting out of it a little, but there's all unspoken agreements. Everyone's reinforcing the problem, talking about slowly trudging out of the problem. Yes? They're afraid to be free, their minds. Yeah? They want to be free, but just a little. Yeah? Or on their terms. Yeah? And when a person starts talking about being fucked with fear, there's like an agreement. Yeah. It's like pledging allegiance. Seek higher to it, yeah? Oh yeah, the problem's still alive and well, thank God. And so when someone shares about being free, it's usually booked in, but I'm still crazy. Just so they can stay in the herd. You know what I mean? You have to see mind. How do you expect to be free as a mind if you don't see mind? You'll be trying to be free as a self, and that self cannot be free from the bondage of self, because the bondage of self is self. How can what is the bondage be free? Yeah? It's called, please relieve me of the bondage to self. Yeah? A self wanting to be free is a form of bondage to self. Yeah? Follow it. A self wanting to be free is a form of bondage to self. Because you want to be free as a self, and that ain't happening. Obviously, or it would have. You may have experiences, or you may have some certain amount of time that you feel free, but you always go back to the same cell, don't you? Almost unbidden. No one shoos you back in there. You just can't take it anymore, and back into the cell. Whew! Because maybe there's a pressure. I should want to be free. So some people come here, and all they want is permission not to do what they don't want to do anyway. You're not going to go on a 30-day retreat. And if you're a self, you think it has to be something you do to get there. You cannot entertain spirituality as a prior state. You have to see it as self. When self looks at spirituality, it's a process. It's a path. It's something I'm going to acquire. Yeah? And if it's based on that, and you don't seem like you're going to do anything to acquire it, it's going to be like, you ain't getting any of that spirit. And that may not feel good for you. So maybe you go hunt around for someone to give you permission not to do what you don't want to do anyway. The point is, you don't have to do anything. You're the one who set the track. You laid out the race. You put up all the hurdles. And it's constantly changing. You can jump through 10 hurdles, there'll be 2 more later. I thought the contract said 10 hurdles. I thought the contract said da-da-da. There's always going to be more added or subtracted. Yes? It's constantly fucking with you. So identified as that, it has to be projected into time and into a practice. You have to have some relevance to it. It has to be up to you to know God. Instead of God overriding all of your considerations and requirements and just cramming itself into everywhere that it is. Yeah? It's amazing. How aren't you rubbing shoulders with God if it's supposed to be everywhere? You must be in some special somewhere. Yeah? And from that special somewhere, I want to know God. I've spent enough life running around. I think I'm going to turn my attention to knowing God now. That's the highest form of playing God. And if you read the book, if you humbly read the book, the biggest, I got to go back to this because, whatever. Read the book, yes? Page 62, 63. They talk about something, the main principle of the whole program, right? Which is turning one's will and life over to the care of a higher power. But right prior to it, it says, all right, they explain how self-centeredness and selfishness is killing us. It kills, and unless you get some relief from it, there's not going to be a solution. And it seems like it's very improbable you're going to get any through human power, yeah? So it says, okay, the how and why of it then. It says, first, quit playing God. It doesn't work. And then next, turn your will and your life over to the care of a higher power. So really, if you have a belief in what's prior has more importance, like in the Eightfold Noble Path, some people take a linear view of it, and it says, in Buddhism, it says right view is the number one, then it's right meditation, right livelihood, right understanding. But the right view sets the whole thing up. Without the right view, it doesn't matter how much meditation and understanding and this shit happens, yes? So here it's saying, first, quit playing God. Why? It doesn't work. And then as my friend and I were talking about it, then it says next, in this drama of life, we're gonna have, God is gonna be the director, we're gonna be whatever, yeah? But in fact is, if you get the first and realize you're not what's playing God, that's the living third step. Because from that point of view, yes, from that point of view, this experience that's rampant in our program, our community of surrendering and taking it back. Suppose we turned our will and our life over to this God, but it seems most people's story about being in this program is, I surrendered, but I took it back. I took my will and my life back. I surrendered. That must be a weak fucking God you gave your will and life to. If you can take it back, I would say that's playing God. So you stay in a place which is really safe, which is, the basic premise is, you're God, yes? And then you play God with God. Yeah? So you can have experiences called surrendering, but very rarely do you entertain the state of surrendered. The state of surrendered is the recognition of what playing God is. And most importantly, what it isn't, which it isn't you. It's a you playing God, but it is not you playing God. Because if you believe it's you playing God, then you'll try to not play God, which is playing God, yes? You cannot get out of the Chinese little torture thumb thing. All right, I'm going to stop playing God. No, that's playing God. All right, I'm going to keep playing God. That's playing God. You can't get out of it. Self can't get out of self. It's like a slinky gone crazy. You know, you never get it on a flat area. It just goes, and you keep thinking, yes, self. So, for years, I had bad digestion, really bad digestion. And I just was trying to get relief, yeah? And I was trying almost everything. And I went on this thing where I had a really good story. I had a lot of antibiotics will kill all the flora in your intestines. So I said, well, I got to eat probiotics, yeah? Acidophilus. But not just regular, I mean the highest, most expensive acidophilus. This stuff that comes in milk from Canada, which has about 800 billion things. I said, all right. And they're expensive. You buy a whole little case of it for $40-something. And I was religiously drinking this. And my mind was hoping and expecting something may change, yeah? And I was drinking this religiously, spending tons of money. And then I sent my shit somewhere to a laboratory called Smoky Mountain down in Virginia or somewhere. It's supposed to be the best, the best laboratory for studying stools, really. So I sent it down there. I mean, they sent me a little shovel and a plastic thing. And I packed it away and they sent it down there. And I was anticipating the thing because they do and I knocked all the things I wanted to look at, parasites and flora and everything. And then, they changed the price by how many things you want to check out. And they sent me back the printout. And I looked at it, and it says, there's no indication, there's no sign of any beneficial flora in the intestines. Yet I've been pouring 800 trillion of them a day in there. Yet there's absolutely no sign of them. Yeah. Now, I thought it was sort of realistic to expect the results, yes? At least, I put so much of it in, there must be, where did they go, But what happened was, I didn't know that there was something prior or let's say a higher power than that. The power I was introducing to wasn't taken into account. There was already a higher power in there. I had a certain form of bacteria that was eating up that good shit like that. In other words, I was trying to make this better, and I was actually giving what was causing it not to be good all the food they could have ever imagined. 800 trillion of the things they wanted to eat. Yeah? It was mind-boggling, but it showed a really incredible principle. If you don't know really what's causing you, seemingly, the difficulties, it doesn't matter how much time you spend or how much money you spend or how religious you are in your practice. If there's been a misdiagnosis, it comes to naught. Yeah? So if there's a sense of that there's an authentic self that's just waiting to come out after you get through a lot of different things to undo all these knots emotionally or whatever, your family of origin from Mars or whatever, work it all out, and then finally there's going to be Paul is going to rise up, the authentic Paul that's always been there. That's selfing. It's always attempting to make you as a self relevant in this whole story, where in a fact you're inherently absent. When you get so engaged in an activity here that produces a sense of being absent, that's when you feel the most alive. Yeah, that's not an experience. It's not an illusion. It's actually you just got keyed into a state. The state here is inherently absent of self. Yeah? That's why it's always available at all time, because it doesn't take anything to be demolished for it to rise. It's already prior to everything. Yeah? And when this solution starts coming into your life, one of the qualities you really sense of it is its timelessness, because it doesn't take any time to erase 40 years of conditioning, in a sense. For that moment, you're free from all the thoughts that have ever been claimed, all the feelings that have ever been claimed, all the memories that have ever been claimed about you. In one of those glorious, grace-soaked pauses, it's as if none of that ever happened. And that's one of the clearest perceptions you'll ever have, because, in fact, none of it ever did happen. Yeah. For something to be erased that quickly, it mustn't have been here to begin with. And I'll tell you, it makes a huge impression on that impression. So let's say these impressions that have been seeking expression, yes? You introduce to, and what causes you to be the conduit for all those impressions is self-centeredness, yes? Because all of them are sort of, they're all influenced with the idea of self in them. Every one of those deep mental grooves, it's one of its key components is being a self, yeah? So that's like the frame of all frames, and all these impressions have been coming through to express, yes? Now, you question yourself, am I that frame? When that frame takes a different shape, yes? Let's say it goes circular, it picks up a different mind, yeah? And now something greater then that mental groove of self-centeredness takes over. And now its impression is so deep, it starts overriding all those expressions that seem to have gone on for 40 and 50 years and all the stories around how it's always going to be this way. This new impression, being greater or more powerful than this impression, overrides this impression. And on the back of a life that was filled with addiction and anger and violence, now beauty and clarity and love and joy start becoming typical fare of the day. Yeah? That impression, just like the other impression, seeks to express, and it will express through this just like the others will express through this. Yeah? What causes this to be a landing pad for maybe short-sighted expressions is the tarmac of self. Yeah? It's like a giant steering wheel that all these things can come in, because whatever's expressing through you, you'll be sitting in the narration that you're the one that's doing that expression. This is my expression. So in alcoholism, it says very, very, very clearly that we're going to look at self, manifested in various ways, is what has defeated us. We're convinced of that. We believe with certainty. Yes? I believe with certainty that self, manifested in all these ways, so there's the impression of self, manifesting all these ways which are the expression of self. Yes? So we know the impression by the expression. Yeah? We can't see the impression because it's coming from like a mental realm, not of things, yeah? Not of seeable things. So the impression is in place, but we can see the impression by the expression. So self, as what is manifested in all these ways, is what has defeated us. We will now look at its, meaning self's, which is the impression, yes? We're going to look at its common manifestations. So, and then the next paragraph, it says resentment. So in a sense, our inquiry isn't about our fears and our resentments and our self-delusion and our self-pity and our that. It's in looking at the expressions of that impression of mind called self-centeredness, yeah? Tinted with alcoholism. Yeah? Now, you can see the activity of the problem when someone asks you how you're doing and you start talking about your fear. It isn't your fear. It's fear being generated by this impression called self-centeredness and finding expression here through you. What's allowing that to have access to express in the manifestation is your identification with the impression of being a self. So when self-centeredness expresses its qualities, which some of the grosser ones are resentments, fears, and harming other people, as it's coming through, the mental process in this apparatus claims it and says, these are my resentments. And you have tons of stories about your resentments, tons of ways, it's like tons of ways pulling a river and making it a bonding element. Yeah? Life is happening, but now everything called manifestation is happening to you. So you're using this free-flowing river to bond yourself. Yes? Yeah. The expressions of the impression bond you to what? The impression, which causes the expressions to have free sway to manifest in what you would call your life. Now, you don't like the manifestations, so then you go to the impression, you go to the root of it and ask it, oh wise one, what should I do? And it gives you a solution which only reinforces the impression, so more expressions occur. And its biggest modus operandi as an impression is when anything expresses, it claims it. Yeah? From a fixed reference called you. So when self is expressing its qualities, resenting things, seeing things as threat, living in anxiety constantly, harming other people in pursuit of it once, it's never discovered as a foreign element because you claim every one of them as yours. Every one of its expressions. What an incredible way to hide. Yeah. The other impression, though, of, let's say, non-self or no-thingness, yes? This impression
when it expresses, you have the expression by not claiming it. There's no claiming of this expression. In AA, they capture it with you have it by giving it away, yes? So, this, how you dance as this impression is in humility and anonymity, yes? The center of this system is not self. And the modus operandi is not claiming. It's more the obvious seeing that it is not you. Yeah? That causes it to appear to be you all day. And this impression, you'll know it by its fruits also. You'll know it because a down and out fucking junkie will start being of service to other people. And the insanity of that sort of story, that expression, that when you were at the brunt of that expression, you saw no value in it. From this impression, it has huge value to share with other people suffering from the impression of self. So it takes the expression of selfing and turns it into gold in entertaining you can be free of it. What an incredible, beautiful maneuver. Just by seeing what it has done with a life that you called yours, when it was totally down and out, and it re-salvaged it, it's like the greatest recycler. Just in that expression, you have to see, to get on your knees and realize what is expressing through you is beyond your little human take. Yeah? It has nothing to do with this place. It doesn't have things by privatizing them or owning them or claiming them. It has things because it's all nothing. Everything's appearing in it. Oh, it's so fucking cool. So here's Chuck, let's say, or Paul. If people, and of course when I was thinking in this system, and people who was thinking that system saw me, I was a fucking down and out junkie. Most people, I remember the nurse that walked me to the elevator the last night I used, yeah? No, the last night before I went into Delancey Street, I had overdosed, and the police were in the room till about 5 in the morning, and then they left. And at 8:30, the nurse, they released me, and she walked me to the elevator, and the look in her eyes was the clearest perception of me than I'd ever seen. She knew the next time she was going to see me was horizontal on a gurney dead. You know, I could just see it. It was like a fucking rude awakening, which I overrode very quickly thereafter. But her look in me captured the expression of that impression better than I ever did being at the end of, the ass end of it. Yeah. So there isn't any stabilized thing in any aspect at any time in your life, ever. If there was, how could one thing that was so bad seem to become so good? Yeah? It was just what took you over, yes? What's taken you over? What has possessed this possibility to express impressions? Yeah? If it goes past the point of identification as self, every time you want to get back to the higher power, the greater impression, you do it as a self, which tattoos the problem on the solution. It's already failed before you even start, because where you're starting from is from the problem. You're identified as a self, and now the self is looking for freedom or enlightenment or awakening or, it's just a failed, fruitless event because you self can't get out of self. Yeah. If it starts after the identification, you may get a lot of self-improvement. You may get a larger, more voluptuous self. You may get a self that looks good in white instead of, tattoos in black. A lot of things may happen, but there's still a bonding equation in place. Yeah? But prior to that, if I'm not that opens me up to this other impression. And that other impression starts informing me through the mindset of I don't know. And then I find out about it
because I can never see it, because it's no thing. Yeah? How can I see myself? I can't. That whole desire to be the subject and make subjectivity the object gets dismissed. You realize, yeah? So now you're in this sort of right relationship with it, which is no relationship at all. So you're in that I don't know, and then you find out. And then what you call being convinced, you really get the sense of what convinced can be, which is no turning back, which is no more surrendering, surrendered. Yes? Finito. There's been an understanding. The mind has entertained it's not that. The grace showed up for that to become verified. And now all the qualities of and descriptions of life based on being a self lose their power over the mind. Yeah? It now has a sense of that eternal moment in a pause. Yeah? And that pause is more frequent because it sees every moment is inherently a pause. Yeah? Things that you can never entertain as a self, or how you would entertain it as a self, would always be throwing it into time and as an object to you, are now seen as always available at all times, with no requirement necessary. So no matter what this pontificates, it never exiles you. Never. It doesn't have any ability for false evidence to appear real unless there's faith in it from your end. Yes? If that faith is not in that one impression of self and is put into the impression of no thingness, let's say, it tends to manifest here as an ease and comfort in your skin. Where if there is faith in self, you have anxiety about what's not happening. It's the same faith, but look what it manifests like, yeah? By what vehicle it's put in. The selfing impression, yeah, constantly has a life narrated from the sense of being a you. Yeah? It's very difficult to see anything's happening but to me. There's a preconditional pertaining to you all the time. Yes? There's no way that can... It's just a habit. How it sees things is off. If I'm not that, then, in other words, like in one sense, this single eye, if your eye be single, your body is full of light, yes? It's just, for me, it's just talking about a modality of mind here. Mind identified, yes, is seeing things in a sense of two-ness, yes? I'm the subject and you're the object to me. Yet, all day, right here in this room, at the same time, I believe I'm the subject looking at Greg. Greg is believing he's the subject looking at me. Yeah? And if you asked who's looking at it, he would say, I am. And if I asked this, who's looking at it, I'd say, I am. Yeah? So everyone would have the same answer. If you ask who's looking at Deb, I am. Yeah? And then if I ask Deb, who are you looking at? She says, I am. I'm looking. Yeah? But what happens is when Greg is looking at me as an I, yeah? He sees this as an object, yes? Obviously. When I'm looking that way, as an I see that as an object. Now, if I ask myself what object am I seeing, I say you. If I ask myself who's this, me. Yeah? All this is an identification of a you as the subject. And now it's in the playing God, it's declared to be me. But me is a you, isn't it? If I ask the I that's looking there, who are you looking at? It's you. Yeah? But this you, in my mental process, it's me. And this me is the movement of claiming the I. So now it's me that's seeing. It's me that's thinking. It's me that's feeling. It's me that's even conscious. And it's up to me if I'll be more conscious or less conscious, yeah? Instead of recognizing the state, the prior state of consciousness. Yeah? that's being demonstrated in everyone's seeing right now. Yeah? That flavor, you don't get it? I don't know. To me, it seems really clear when I share it. It's like, yes. It's like, I'm assuming everyone's feeling the same way. That's why I'm sharing at a meeting, I'm saying, fuck, that makes a lot of sense. Let's get back to the problem at hand. I mean, how many more meetings do I want to go with? Fear's the topic. And you bring it right back to, well, what's causing the fear? From the point of view of our holy recovery book, it's self-reliance. Oh, let's move on from there. How's your fears? How are you doing with the fear? It's fucking incredible to me. I don't know. I mean, if something's occurring and you look out that way, you're farther into the forest. You're more lost. You gotta look the other way, yeah? It's like there's a blueprint to everything that appears here. There's a pattern to all the chaotic random activity. There's a blueprint. The relief is going into the blueprint room, not trying to figure out how to stop the consequences of ignorance. Yeah, from an ignorant point of view, there'll just be more consequences. But to see the blueprint, I think Bill W. tried to he brought about a quantum leap in the understanding of alcoholism by talking about the causes and conditions. Self-centeredness, yes? Selfishness. Making it a disease, not an idea of willpower. Yeah? But a disease of mind, like a parasite. And that the parasite has taken us over. And it rings so true to anyone who's been taken over because it would feel like a possession, especially if you hadn't done it for a few days. And then you went back and had a drink, and then suddenly the beast would get on you and ride you like a horse for as long as you could stay on your 2 feet or not get arrested yet. Then you go out, try to recover, and then the mind would start advertising again. Oh yeah, let's get some Coke or something. As soon as it's like another possession over and over again. It's like there was no air controller that just landed any time. It was just wide open, taking overness, I mean, how did these feelings that seem so real get turned into some motherfucking doublespeak? Like it felt like a possession ever since I got took over by this thing. It felt like a possession. What could cause a feeling of a possession? Like a parasitical entity, yeah? That would take over something and make it into something else. It would use something as transportation or as a vehicle. Yeah? Alright, so I have been used, in a sense, I'm just using that term loosely, I have been used as a vehicle by something, and I've also been used by a vehicle by something else. A lot of different things. Yeah? One opened me up to a whole treasure trove of nasty sort of takeovers. The other has become a little more benevolent. Yeah? Now I'm taken over by compassion at times, joy, a sense of empathy for others, a feeling of love, a sense of such a warmth towards other people who suffer from alcoholism. All of these qualities I had none of when I was out there taken over by the parasite have been sort of have been brought in by what's taken me over now. There's no Paul that had any concrete characteristics that was taken over. I'm just an empty, neutral position for mind to express itself through. Yeah? I am just a manifestation of mind. From the smallest toe to the last hair on my head. This allows mind to manifest from no thingness into thingness. Yeah? There was never a Paul that got bumped off the horse. There was never a Paul riding. It was just an interpretation of mind coming from that impression called self-centeredness, manifesting as the narration of a life, as a body. Yeah? Seeing that, you can really live Rule 62 in recovery, which is don't take yourself so seriously. I mean, you're really taking it seriously if you think you're it. And you can't take it more serious than that. I mean, if you... I love when I speak with people. They're speaking around 10 things down the line. It's like, you've got to get to the blueprint room, maybe. You know, just check out why it's looking the way it's looking. Yeah. It's contrived. Yes. It's produced by a template, like a cookie cutter thing called self-centeredness. It's not personal at all. It's just mind. Yeah. The personalness is part of the cookie cutter. It's part of the template. It's not an authentic reaction you're having to the template. It's part of the template. The feeling that things are happening to you is exactly the root base of the template. You're not going to change life's direction. Yeah? It's seeing that it's just happening. If you're seeing as it's happening to you, and now you want it not to happen to you, or you want certain things to happen to you, that's like you're way into the jungle then. If the solution isn't in controlling it more, the solution is surrendering and realizing it's not yours to control. That's where the solution occurs, not in, all right, it's happening to me, but I don't like what's happening to me, so let's make it not happen to me. That's your mind is way... You know, if it's the digestion system, it's right near the anus, you know. It's ready to shit out. The sphincter muscle is totally flabby and it's just like, it's too far gone to deal with it then. No matter how much toilet paper you have, you ain't cleaning that mess up. Yeah, you kind of see it at another point on the journey to manifestation. I mean, really. You have to see it, at least intimated from no-thingness. You can get a sense of self. Yeah? You can get a sense of it, and you can get a sense of what you would call non-self. Though it isn't non-self, it's just let's just use it as a negation of self. You can get an intimation of that, yeah? You can get to know it, in a sense, by its manifestations.